Well, well. Once again, I have made my way to the internet. It's all a blur. Hi, everyone. Hi, Tiny. Lekefbo, Sanguinary Neuro, What We Did in the Shadows. Hello, G-Temp, welcome. Bill, hi, Mo, hi. RJ, hi, Darren, hello. Welcome. There's a photo of my outfit on my Instagram stories. It'll be there for a little bit longer if you want to look. But yes, once again, I'm here. I have a cup of tea that I'm almost certain has gone cold. The internet is scary. It is deeply scary. So my fringe is crooked. Oh well. Looking for more Starburst, less Snickers. What? I'm gonna need some clarification. Hey Ty, good day. How you doing? Happy Thursday. Welcome. Hi leaning, not lifting. Hello. Had a very intense day. In that I'm gonna do something really cool for a friend tomorrow. And it involved giving Pixel a bath. Not me, Pixel. Dog Pixel. Hi Evan. Yeah, it involved me giving Pixel a bath and like she loves it. And she looks great, but it's hard work. Can I just say love the hair? Deposit, so... Thank you. It's still from yesterday.
Being subbed to one of the prettiest
my
and nicest
mother's fucking
on
thing. Ah, shaky. Wow, what you're never beating the simp allegations. Not with that one. Thank you for your prime. Thank you. And that's right. If you don't simp in your sub message today, I'm going to get very angry. Oh, just you wait. Who wants to beat a simp allegation? No one. Is it simping if it's the truth? Well, we could fight about objective truth. Same hair as yesterday, that's consistency. Well, I wet my fringe and re-dried it because it was looking a little bit bad, but look how nice the ends are. Just from like doing it properly. It's insane that you can give yourself a blowout so easily these days. I can inform you that you'll get very angry then because I'm lining one up. Oh, just wait. I'm going to get so angry. I'll be like, what's that show where there's like the little angry guy? Inside Out. I'm going to be anger from inside out. That's going to be me. My hair's going to catch on fire. Did you have fun last night? Okay. So, here is my Chainsaw Man review. Chat, type 1 if you've watched Chainsaw Man. Where are my weebs or my anime nerds here? Okay, where are you? I saw that What We Did in the Shadows. Thank you. That was fun. 0011. Well, there's a few. What is Chainsaw Man? It's an anime. The premiere I went to. So I love anime, right? Obviously now, really late onset weeb, straight into Freerun, Apothecary Diaries, Has Been Hotel, that kind of thing. Love it. So into it. And I have tried watching boy animes or tropey animes. It's not for me. Okay? But this movie last night, while being quite tropey, through the lens, there was a lens I was able to watch it through that was actually really cool. I really enjoyed it. Yes, it is a teenage boy's wet dream with surprisingly interesting messaging, touched by a little bit of red pill and maybe that women are evil but not really, but conniving but not really, also super powerful but not really. But it was honestly, I think it's worth a watch. I really do. I especially like if you like anime, I think you will like this. I think yeah, I think if you like anime, I think you will like this. And especially if you like Chainsaw Man, you will absolutely love this. I think it really fits into the universe very well. Hi, great. I have a new mouse. It's very clicky. Well, I hope you enjoy clicking your mouse today. Look, I made a TikTok about this last night as well because I didn't really think anime was my thing either. But I now look at consuming media through a non-dopamine lens. As in, yes, there is media that I'm going to watch because I know it will give me dopamine and I will enjoy it. But I am uh, honestly enjoying anime later in life, like Frieren. How much I loved Frieren opened so many doors for me because you need to read beyond what you think you might like. Watch beyond what you think you might like because it really I think it opens up new perspectives. It helps you understand the people who consume that media. There's yeah, there it's just I think it's really important for being a well-rounded person. Like you can watch something and not like it and it's still not a waste of time. And it's really funny because it's almost addressed in this movie that that exact point is almost like not philosophically, but in a way that maybe children could understand it. She found her anime bae, Frieren. Frieren is my anime bae for sure. I love Frieren so much, you guys. I yeah. Hi, McCall. Hi, Nightingale, by the way. Well, nice to hear you had a good time. Yeah, look, I was so grateful to be invited. Um, because I don't always get invited to things. So, um, when I get invited, it feels really nice. Do you know what I mean? It feels like I'm not a political pariah. Um, so, I see you didn't blow away. True, Blue Frost, I didn't, but I did see a clip today of a woman being blown onto the road in front of a car. That's how bad the wind was here. I'll give something a full episode or two. Yeah, no, I'm not saying with series. I'm saying with movies and occasionally like books outside of a genre that would be a hard read. Because, dopamine is so easily accessible now, and I think it might be part of the problem. Yeah, I also rarely get invited to premieres. I know, but this being a public figure is not how you make your money. You make your money teaching the next generation. I don't get to do that. Do you know do you know what I mean? I That's not surprising, Tiny. The most annoying video saw about the wind was this fucking Australian man going, fucking, there's a fucking gale force fucking wind blowing everywhere. And I look up and I'm looking at these fucking wind turbines. And guess what, motherfuckers? They're not working. Climate change my fucking ass. Fucking, yeah, fucking government spending money on fucking machines that don't even fucking work. That's the clip. And, like, I don't know if you know this, wind turbines, like, shut down during...
I felt compelled to simp and meme, so here's my beard tax to pay to you,
Thank you.
God, to find your castle goodishly, so you can birth the second coming in
Oh,
comfort.
thank you.
I'd give you my lunch money too, but Makima from Chainsaw Man already
I
took it.
know. Honestly, I feel like I should be Makama. That's not even a drunk Australian. It's just an Australian that's not educated about wind turbines. That's it, and he's just like, yeah, fucking government spending money. Look at it, it's not even working. Fucking wind's going right now. Guys, if gale force winds go into wind turbines, guess what happens? They can like light on fire. They can go too fast. It ruins the blades. It's all bad, okay? Yeah, Evan, somewhere normal. Like the anime I went to last night. Hey, Jake Campen. Thank you. Sounds like he needs to see what happens when the brake fails in a gale force wind. Yeah, unfortunately for all of us, I don't think these people like learning. But that's okay, you know? We deal with that. I'm so glad you're here because I can open the rest of my presents now without feeling guilty. This is delightful. Also, Pyongyang Tourism Board, lol. Thank you so much for the $5. Really grateful. Learning. What's that good for? Absolutely nothing. All right, we were in this box yesterday. So exciting. And we did see this one because it's a bit hard to miss. And it's a hot water bottle with what I assume are footholes. Which is just such a valid present. It really is. Is like truly that is absolutely getting some use. Iris, thank you for donating to my castle.
For the castle fund.
I'm so grateful. One day, when we are wiser, when everybody has subscribed to me and not Ludwig. Man, can I comment on drama just for once? Watching big streamers fight with each other / not give a fuck about one another, especially if it's like someone's business partner and their boyfriend, is a fucking ick. You're like, it's such an ick. I feel so bad for Cutie. No one cares about women. They just fucking don't. It's like, it's bitterness, it's jealousy, it's... I just... man, anyway. Somebody in the hallway heard that rant. Now can we get the context of the drama? Well, you know how her son shocked his dog and is now public enemy #1? Okay? Because people don't care about real problems. I mean, look, whether or not the criticism of Hassan is valid is besides the point to me at this point. Truly, it's beyond QAnon to me at this point, which is why I just... How am I doing this? I don't care about... I care about Kaya, but every clip I see, that dog's living a good life, okay? So, I think Kaya was trained with a shock collar. But a lot of trainers do that, especially in America. So, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I feel so bad for Cutie. Because, so this is about Hassan? No, it's not. It's about, so what happened was Ludwig then came on the internet and was like, just so everybody knows, I'm not actually friends with Hassan. And I barely agree with his politics. This is Cutie Cinderella's boyfriend, by the way. And it just puts Cutie in an absolutely untenable situation. And I just, the whole thing. And like, Cutie's already going through it, right? We get a very complicated to defend Taylor Swift album, which as somebody, you know, that's it's a hard thing to deal with when somebody who's been writing what you feel like a really intellectual, like soul-searching songs, and it's been great, and then we get a pop album, and that's fine. But like, there's a psyop being like Taylor Swift's a Nazi, and then obviously you're not going to defend a billionaire, obviously, but like it's also just a silly pop album, and not everything has to have depth. And you know, and then it's like everything's a dog whistle, and then nothing's a dog whistle, and then everything's an Easter egg, and then nothing's an Easter egg, and it's just. It's exhausting. Anyway, so keep that in mind. Cutie, in the same way I am going through that, was already going through this. And then your boyfriend comes out and is like, actually, I don't like my girlfriend's business partner. Like, we're content friends. We're not actually friends. Like, I don't know who he is. And then, because it's Cutie and you're a woman, you just get fucking done by the internet no matter what. Shut up, it's a candle from Scotland. And it has gemstones on it. It does say burning guidelines. Heather, thistle, and wild raspberry. Oh, I love heather. Oh, that's so lovely. I guess the Scottish Glen can take the spot of the boyfriend candle for now. Thank you. That's so fun. What's this? The Wee Book of Scottish Mindfulness. Dinna settle for being scunned. Would you like... Guys, I feel like my accent's going to get really good from this book. Would you like my Scottish accent? Remember when ye were wee? I'm climbing the streak ranks. Welcome. Yes, everybody's flexing their 5-day streaks now. Also, hi, Famis. Hang on, let me mute for a second. Oh. When your ma and your granny always sorted a thing over a cup of tea and a jammy dodger, sometimes your ma and your aunties will get together and die a wee fortune-telling fairy at Healy's, and that's how they kent this Weberry's new win with a boy. Aye. There is always something magic about a nice cup of tea. Yeah, is that good? On the days when ye got in frae school, after getting drunk it on the work hem, or when next door's scabby wee dog was snipping at your ankles again in your wee short breeks, you'd watch your ma pour the tea into the cup. You'd be so happy. You'd have a big lacked grin all your face. I'm not reaching. I'm reading exactly what's written. The steam would rise and wheat your cares would disappear. I've had a 1-day streak of being unemployed. Well, welcome to the unemployed hangout, Famis. Did you get a redundancy or anything? I'm sorry. I know your workplace was fucked though, so. Maybe it's an opportunity and better things are around the corner. I feel like it needs work. What do you mean? I'm clearly Scottish, alright? It's a clearly a great accent. I don't know what to tell you. Okay? Terminated for incorrectly raising discrimination complaints. Oh, God, that's brutal. I'm sorry. Bro. 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 I'm assuming this is your one that works where my old electronics go to die. This is your NT1, right? Oh my God, chat, I will swap this over. That's crazy. Thank you. Thank you. This one sounds so much less tinny than this one just because of the way it picks up female voices. So I will definitely swap that. Chat, there's still more. This is, it's crazy. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, oh, we got open for inspection. Mm-hmm. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Science is the power of man.
They think I'm a baddie. They think I'm importing drugs. Or someone's sending me drugs. I'm open for inspection. Hi, Louie. Follow Stan. 32 months. Thank you so, so much. I did tell everybody at the start of stream that they had to subscribe being really simpy. So I'm going to... I really don't know how to spin that one for myself. I don't know. No fucking shit. Oh, chat, it's the tablet stuff. Oh, my teeth, they're going to rot. These are delicious. Oh,
NT1 sounds great for.
NT1 sounds great for. Chat. Yeah, I can be scammed into doing ASMR. You know, for $20, I can do ASMR. See, isn't that nice? Wow. This one, oh my gosh, whiskey and ginger flavor. Original. Isle of Skye liqueur drambuie. Drambuie. I think this might be the last time I'm able to pull out a turtleneck. Because, like, it was kind of hot today, but it's not hot now. Oh my gosh. This would have been perfect half an hour ago with my cup of tea. I'll have to have another one. I'll have to have another one. It must be done. I don't think there's anything else in here, only those little thingies. Oh no, another kappa. Disaster. Wow, this is such a good accent. You know, I keep it Scottish today after reading the book. All right, chat, I have one more. Oh, it's in a bag. The bag is heavy. I I'm a bit nervous considering you keep sending me all your old electronics. I'm like, well, what's this one? But look. Wait, no, wait, this is an Amazon bag though. So there's a card. Hold on. Enjoy your gift. Chat, this is a kid. This is crazy. I know what this is. This is crazy. Oh my, this is crazy. Boy!
Trier Handera gifted a tier 1 sub to its fill. They have given 2,729 gift subs in the channel.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm about to have good hair every day. This is the hair thing. This is the hair thing. This is how I did my hair at my mom's. Oh my god, I'm about to have such good hair. That's crazy. What? What? Oh my goodness, I mean... It's these things. These things, they suck your hair. What? And wait, what? Yeah, so, hold on. Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Oh yeah, this is a good hair hype train. Lol. Wow, I'm sure the first thing that crosses everyone's mind when they see a woman getting presents on the internet is, quick, let's give her more. Okay, so this thing is a stick, and the stick plugs into the wall. And then this thing goes in like that. And then you turn it on and it sucks your hair in. But then you can also unlock it like that. And you can go like this. And then you can go like this. And it becomes a mini hairdryer. Nobody freak out, because I know that's crazy. I know. And then you go like this, and then you take this off again, and you do this, and you put that on, and then you have like a brush. Well, a heat brush. I'm going to have to YouTube video how to use this bit because I don't actually know. Oh, thank you so much. This is such a thoughtful gift. Oh my gosh, well, you know what? My hair tomorrow is going to be real good. And if it isn't, well, it's a skill issue. Thank you so much. Wow. Okay, I definitely wasn't expecting that. That was, and look, it even comes with a bag that I will put all the things in for now so I do not lose them. Suppose I won't cut all my hair off now. We should probably keep it. Like, I guess I'll keep my hair. Because now, well, styling it just became very fun. Personally, I feel the hot water bottle was the coolest pull. It's definitely up there. But I bet $50 on the Pixie cut. Well, shouldn't have gambled. Shouldn't have gambled. That's crazy. This is also crazy. Should I plug it in? You realize you sent me the connection bit, right? I hope you realize that. Like this bit. Please, for the love of everything, mute first. Okay, bye everyone. How are we going? I just had to change the settings on the mixer for the NT1 settings. Thoughts? Is there any noticeable difference in sound? Or we're going less tinny? Does it sound tinny? How does it sound? How are we sounding? You gluten tested? That's crazy, but thank you. No, it was pointless. I think so. Can you swap back for a sec? No. Wow, those plosives are so supple against my eardrums. Stop. I feel crispier. Sounds perfect. It's literally the slightest difference, but just because of the way it records sound, it doesn't have as much of the high-pitched sounds and more of the low pitch, so it lowers the tinniness of my voice, which is pretty cool. It's maybe a little softer. I'll wait for singing to make the call. That's smart. Hi, Granny, by the way. Welcome, Pickled Peppers. Anybody else I haven't said hi to? Trya, thank you for gifting Phil. That's very kind of you. How did my cough sound? Good. You just earned your GED in sound engineering? Awesome. I am not a sound engineer. We can test it with some lines out of my Scottish book. Are you ready? Imagine that you're making your porridge on your stove as usual, stirring it with your spurtle round and round. Round and round. Pouring it into a bowl or shoving it into your gob, the same as every morning. Ah, with a brave start to the day, except this day is different. Did you like that? Weird, it suddenly muted when you started reading. It's so weird. I can't believe that happened. Honestly, the mic makes it more tolerable. What you mean? It's such a good accent. Time to imagine you're sitting in your favourite bonny spot somewhere outdoors. Where is it? Up a hill? On the beach? In the park? On your back green? Wherever it is, sit there and calm your ear down. Clear your thoughts and focus on your breathing. Feel the air flowing out and in, out and in a bro. Weary breath out, and your worries are leaving you. You're getting more and more relaxed, and you can that the strange thing is about to happen. What? It's good. I will not be taking critique at this point. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I can't wait to eat these. It's really, these are like, I don't know how to explain it, tablet, but they're like sugar and caramel and whatever. But I have a very fond memory of sitting on the ground in Scotland and eating these and having an iron brew. And then I was fucking hyped on sugar for the rest of the day. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, it's called the Wee Book of Scottish Mindfulness. Okay? I'm gonna be so peaceful. Like if you ever need meditation chat, I've got you. Unironically, I don't think it's a moose. I think it's an elk, but there's a coloring page. Coloring moose. Well, in my head, it's a moose. It's probably an elk. No, it's a moose. Scotland have moose. No, the dinosaur's coming out the back. Stop. Okay, so it's an elk then. Cucked by an elk once again. That's fine. Not even a big deal. This one is root vegetables and bagpipes. So, oh, that's a stag. Oh, well, that's a stag then. What's a stag? You know how the old mic didn't work well when you talked behind it? This one doesn't either. That's so crazy. I can't believe that. It's a male deer. Ah, I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Pixel's out like a light, but allergies have just started getting me for spring. And I feel coffee and sneezy. I'm like 2 of the dwarfs right now. Well, I'm also dopey. I'm 3. And grumpy. Oh my god, I'm at least 4 of the dwarfs. Baby, put the old mic behind the new mic so when you're behind the mic, there's still one in front of you. That seems like a loophole I could get behind. I never liked that the seasons are backwards like that. It's fine. I mean, I tell you what, my mum's garden's starting to look beautiful again. It is so wonderful just going back to the same place and watching it change.
So
Heck yeah to supporting the amazing
Oh,
Pixel.
Fawzi, that's so nice. That's so nice. Thank you so much for that 87 months. That's so long of sharing descriptions of delicious food. Truly. Truly. I really do feel like at least the food chat in Discord would be way less cool if you didn't post in there. Just saying. We're getting Farmer Pixel again this year. Yes. I will definitely help my mum. I offered to help her weed the other day when I was there, but she was like, no, I want to mow the lawns. I want to mow the lawns and then we'll weed. But then after she'd mowed the lawns, she didn't want to weed. So we'll be, I guess when I go back, we'll weed. Which, you know, should be in a couple of weeks, I guess. Hey, Blue. Also, hi, Peanuts. Anybody else who's joining us this evening, welcome. Happy Thursday. Hi, Illuminated. You made bread? Blue. What in the Taylor Swift? I love that for you. So was semi-AFK and tabbed out. Headphones are a success. Headphones are up and working. Indeed. And they are light and I can still hear. And I am incredibly surprised. How's the Serenity? No, so they're not noise cancelling, which is the best part because that's half the problem I have with headsets, and then you have to monitor, and I don't like singing with monitoring. I just like being able to hear my voice a little bit. So yeah, it's a whole new stream today, isn't it? Kind of wild. We can thank Hustlin for that. Also, don't forget I have this giant bag of fucking candy. I did have 5 of them today already, so I should not have any more. But they are very alluring. And so they just need to be just out of arm's reach. So yesterday we learned always trust the annoying Scottish man. I will never always trust any man. But I definitely trust the thoughtfulness of your gifts. That's for sure. It's really crazy because sometimes you're like, no one is listening. And then somebody will send you a present or do something and you're like, what the fuck? Like, there's been a few people in here who have done this in my illustrious streaming career, I suppose. And it's just something really thoughtful. And it's yeah. It's pretty cool. It's kind of nice. It's I guess it's being seen in a way. So Oh, Famis, you're really in the fucking bin at the moment, aren't you? Maybe you need a new psychiatrist, but also sometimes you have to listen to them. I would not dismiss your experience over the last little while as anything other than trauma. But I also don't know if talk therapy is going to do it for you. I'd go all the way to EMDR, and then you just have to then you start again. You just build. My therapist, I haven't seen her in a while now. It's been months actually. But there's I don't know. They do have a little bit of a get on with it attitude, because I think probably one of the most frustrating things um, about going to therapy is that still nobody is coming to save you. It's like you either do the work yourself, you still do the work yourself. And while I now journal really well, and you know, I still really struggle sometimes, but at the end of the day, nobody is coming to help me with my mental health. My mom will provide me a retreat. I'm not homeless. There are people that care about me, but most of it is held together with sticks and glue and dopamine sourced from multiple different vices. I don't know what to tell you. They did make me happy, Haslin. That's very thoughtful. Try that's the other thing. It's just all about being a good little capitalist slave, you know? Okay, well, that's good at least, Famis. Are you looking to be medicated? Just be careful. Just get multiple opinions. And if you do have PTSD, EMDR. Find a find a therapist that is it's fucking hard, but find a therapist who specializes in EMDR before you go to a psychiatrist looking, I guess, for extra. I don't know what medication you'd be looking for, but do you know what's really interesting? These days I can almost tell who's on antidepressants. I can. Do you know what's really funny? Once you've been around enough medicated people, you know what different medications look like. My personal favorite is Vyvanse and Dexies. They're my favorite ones, and it's not anything bad. You just know, because oftentimes people will talk really quickly. They would talk really quickly. Um, really quickly. Conversation will be quite tangential, like filled with tangents. Um, and it's interesting. And then with like antidepressants, there is a lightness to the people most of the time. Like some people are on antidepressants and maybe a little mellow, but I don't know. I can see when people are light, and it's like, oh yeah, you that is a good antidepressant. And like some people are just happy, right? But people who I know have experienced trauma and are on antidepressants, you can see the lightness, and it's almost as if a veil of it's not shame gets lifted, but you engage in the world in a way where it honestly looks like freedom to me. But that's not how I felt on antidepressant. The nerve blocker antidepressant I was on, that's not how I felt. I felt like I wanted to not be friends with anyone. Well, maybe, I don't know. I would trust your psychologist. Don't listen to a girl on the internet. But yeah, I just, it's sticks and glue with medications. I'm not anti-med at all. But I do think that you take one medication and it fixes one thing and then it'll throw something out of whack. And then you think fix another thing and it throws something else out of whack. And I'm not anti-medication at all. But since I have been off everything, my digestion got better. Like I think being on the pill really fucked my immune system and like my hormones and stuff, and I think that was underrated. Like my thyroid was fucked for a while, and like it's so many little things and you have no idea what's causing it. It's so frustrating, and you even get brain fog. Of course I was getting brain fog. I wasn't absorbing any fucking nutrients. Like, wait, streamers have sex so much. I've been having so much sex recently. Every day. Every day. The second coming of Jesus isn't... Never mind. You do. You do. You do need to live. The best thing you can do for your mental health is stop thinking about it and live. Truly. I don't know what to tell you. This is from somebody who is very good at ruminating. Okay? And choose, but you got to do the thing. Do the thing. Cook. The things you're saying sound more true with the new mic? Yes. Very good. Yeah. Antidepressants will kill your libido to... Yep. That is a very common side effect. Pastry, I'm working on it. Exercising and running helps a lot. Exercise does help a lot because guess what? Exercise gives you endorphins. Endorphins make you happy, and happy people don't shoot their husbands. That's right. Legally Blonde quote. I don't run though. So. Those things you were on for nerve pain screwed me up too. They don't sit well with a lot of people. I had no choice. Gosh, I wish I could stop ruminating, but OCD isn't for the faint of heart. Do you have OCD or OCPD? Like, is your diagnosis OCD? Like, do you have to do the light switch or something 3 times? Or is it like, oh, if I don't do this, then the whole world's gonna end? Because it's an interesting differentiation. Bye, Distron. Do you know, sometimes I think it's why I struggle to cover the news now that I'm not medicated on those nerve blockers. I know I truly think that I don't, they said they were not supposed to have any effect on you, but obviously they do. And I think it's harder for me to cover the news every day now because I'm not on nerve blockers. I think that's nice, Famis. The diagnosis is OCD. That's hard. Don't watch the news, it's unhealthy. I am the news. Also, I think it's really normal to, like, you know, want to be around people you respect. I think that's fine. It's only a problem when it's weird. Or if you're like stalking her. That's when it's a problem. Ritalin is Pogger's only prob is it makes me hungry on top of the depression. The only time I get dopamine is from eating. That's why, honestly, regulating your dopamine, important. And you do kind of have to trick your brain into like, what gives me dopamine? And then you trick your brain. The news has been particularly shit. I mean, I guess it really didn't get any better, for sure. But it didn't. But I don't know. They found the French crown jewels? Alas, I don't have any washing to do. Hi, Kate. How you doing? We were actually just talking about ADHD medication. Oh, fun. Yeah, fun. Honestly, at this point, I hope aliens come down and save us. I don't think anybody's coming to save us. We have to save each other. And it's not it's not one big thing that you don't become a hero through just like one act of saving a person. It's all the little ways that we save each other by being connected and not choosing hate and division and, actively challenging our biases in a world that is an alt-right pipeline where it constantly wants you to assume the worst in others, where it constantly makes you hard, not in the sexy way, like a rock hard. No, wait. No, like, do you know what I mean? Like a brick wall. Closed off. I was being really philosophical then, and then I screwed it all up. I know, I know I made it worse. Phil, I'm aware that I made it worse, okay? Like hard tech. Universal healthcare only gives out Ritalin, which is a 4-hour release, so I mostly only take it for work to give my system a rest. Perhaps the long release one that lasts all day could work better for me, but I ain't paying for that. Valid. Do I go make dumplings? I think you should always cook the food. I think do I have time before Max? You do. Always cook the food. I'm going to have a snack for Max for sure. We can't watch Max without a snack. I can maybe watch Joe without a snack cuz Joe is the snack. So I can probably watch Joe sans snack, but I'm going to need a Max snack. I also worry that being on ADHD meds the whole day will affect my personality. I don't think ADHD meds affect your personality, but they do make you talk faster. That's all I've noticed. People on ADHD meds run 1,000,000 miles an hour, but basically everybody I know is on them, so I'm very used to it. I don't know if it's faster for me to talk faster than I already do. Potentially. No, they don't take away your spark. They don't take away your spark. I have one friend who is dyslexic who is unmedicated because she absolutely convinced was convinced that it took away her spark. But, she can function in life. And it really is, can you function? How is your life experience? And then you go from there. Like, I think for majority of my life, I have been functionally depressed. But I'm functioning. And I do pretty good and I cope pretty well. Could I cope better? Maybe. Um, but it's fine. Yeah, exactly, Famis. Exactly, Kate. Like the task completion, you being able to drive, that is a quality of life improvement that counteracts any other, you know, the spark and clarity one is normally I hear from people with bipolar. And that's when you know things are going south. Not always. Free will activated. It's so what it is actually doing is it's helping you with executive dysfunction, which is getting over the hurdle it is to start a task. And it's very cool like that because it's the initial starting of a task that is really difficult. I mean, I have taken the occasional Dexy and uh it works as a stimulant for me, which is why I don't think I have ADHD. I know people think I have ADHD. I don't have ADHD. I have other issues. Okay. But for me, I don't think it's ADHD. Is my attention span kind of shit? Yes. Is it the ADHD attention span? No. It's true, you were drinking a lethal amount of caffeine. Honestly, it was kind of crazy. So with antidepressants, I do believe it balances out the peaks and the troughs of your life experience. Um, Whether or not that's something that feels good for you is up to you. Um, some people it just makes them that it for some people antidepressants just increase their baseline happiness so much that they can start to live and then they improve their lives because their baseline happiness has been increased, you know? For other people, it can dull life experiences, but it also dulls the bad life experiences. So instead of experiencing like this, you're experiencing it like this. I was actually part of a trial for antidepressants, um, where basically the result of the trial was that it can take up to 3 different times to find the correct antidepressant for a person based on their genetics, and it's different for everyone. And the average, I reading the results of the study because they sent it to me because I was in it. It can take up to 3 antidepressants. Um, Kate, that's what I was on for 5 years. I, it's, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of nice when people have been on the medication I was on because they have some empathy for me. Um, because I wouldn't I wouldn't I wouldn't say it's good. Um, but sometimes it's your only option. Correct, Heslin. I'm keeping it at 10 milligrams. Yeah. Yeah. I was on 25, whatever the yellow pill was. I think 10 is the blue pill. Or was that 5? I can't remember now. Um, it would make my heart rate go up to 180 just walking up a slight incline. I hated it. It takes a lot for your body to adjust to it. Also, coming off it was, I mean, I was crazy. I thought I truly thought I was bipolar when I was coming off it. Um, that's amitriptyline blue. Blue. That's probably the drug I was on. Check it. That's how it works. They don't know why it works, but it blocks nerve pain. Oh no, I moved up to 25 from um because I was still in pain. Again, it doesn't work for everyone. Pharmacology night. I think it's just, look, Famis was talking about his mental health, and one thing led to another. It's interesting when they don't know why things work. Have you considered taking shrooms? Yeah, my friend took shrooms. I personally would never take shrooms because that's an illegal drug. Would I say that my friend who took shrooms is happy that she did? Yeah, I think so. My friend who took shrooms. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, yeah. Did your friend put shrooms in a beef Wellington? That's probably a very on the nose way to have shrooms. I have friends who've had ketamine infusions um, for depression. Potentially try it. I mean, there is a lot of research to suggest that your brain is more open to forming new neural connections when you are on shrooms. so you can build bonds and connections between things that you didn't know you should connect. Like it can rewire the sad parts of your brain. It is a 6-month commitment because they take a while to work. Meds take a while to work. So, yeah. Hey, Flagu. Blue, good on you for increasing your autism with Tylenol. Thinking about it, I haven't taken medication in a very long time, not even a Panadol. Does that mean I'm not autistic now? Um, like I haven't even taken an antidepressant. Is there a reason for that? I haven't needed it. Oh, but I do drugs. I do caffeine like it's going out of style. Like every day I wake up and I'm like, is today a strawberry matcha day? And then I spend at least an hour justifying why I'm allowed to spend the $9 that it costs to buy a strawberry matcha. Okay? It's a problem. It's a problem. Yeah, it's $9. I can't justify it every day. I don't know, I'm on a real strawberry matcha kick right now and it's bad. It's so bad, but they're so good. And then the strawberry in the bottom brings me so much joy. You're a problem that's a mild financial burden. Okay, well, you know what? You all share the mild financial burden. Tim Burton. And it's fine. I got a lobotomy yesterday, so I don't remember anything. You will be cured of your autism if you invest in Trump coin. You can finally use the toilet. I'll consider it. Thank you.
No more gaming. No more porn. No, no. We're going to go back and learn how to dance.
A week's worth.
Could I have 2 in one day? No, that would be bad. That's so generous. I'm absolutely getting one tomorrow. I'll post a photo. Well, I was honestly considering getting one now, but then I looked at the clock and it's 6:30. And I shouldn't. I think you can have too much matcha. I think you can do too much matcha. I think if you got like a really good strawberry jam, Kate, you could probably do it at home. I know, it sucks that autism is so demonized, Flagoo. I think no, you can so I don't know, maybe guys, did I get psyoped? Does matcha make your hair fall out if you have too much of it? Can somebody please confirm or deny? Is that not a thing? Because I feel like maybe if that's not a thing, my algorithm is aware that I might be having too much strawberry matcha. I know it's fancy tea powder, but can it make your hair fall out? I have no idea, but I'm going to confidently say that it doesn't. I remember seeing something about iron absorption. See? I don't know. Did you ask ChatGPT to confirm it? I did not. Matcha does have a lot of caffeine, but other than that, it seems very good for you. So what I'm hearing is I don't have to hold myself back. The only thing holding me back from multiple matches a day, besides the caffeine, but it doesn't matter, who cares? Like, let's ride this fucking... Anyway, is the financial burden, which has been fixed. Anal leakage? I don't want that either. My digestive system is so good right now. It's so perfect. I'm so healthy. Theoretically. But like my digestive system is so good. I wake up in the morning feeling like $1 million. And then I'm good. I don't know what to tell you. It's just, guys, you think that the oppressive people are the billionaires. But you'd be wrong. The actual oppressive people are those of us with incredible digestive systems. Now, that's probably a little bit rich coming from me, considering, mine is definitely broken. But my God. Oh, that's an extreme effect of insane intake of caffeine. Well, I don't think I'm having that much. Me and my intestines.
Full-blown house deposit. So
To another month.
And 42 months. Thank you for your Prime Rare. What? That's the meaning of life right there. 42 months. Thank you so much. That's so cool. I'm so grateful. Can you try and reset fishing? It's not working? Huh?
this is a full-blown house deposit. So
Ridiculous. 54 months? That's ridiculous. That's not very creative by me. Have I used that before? Thank you so much. Also, look how good Pixel is. She's so happy today. We're back to normal. She's not coughing. She'll probably cough a few times, but like we're back to normal. We're in. No, she's just on a regular bed. It's because the weather's not too hot. I took her to the park. She's had her puffer. She's eaten. We're just on routine, and so she's good. What am I doing? Reopening fishing. How do I do that? Wind advisory over. It was still kind of windy today. It's so weird she doesn't cough after your mum is. I mean, yeah. What's it like giving her the puffer? You just put it over her nose and then she breathes it in. And most of the time she'll let me do it for at least 30 seconds. I try and do it for a full minute. But she'll generally let me do 30 seconds before she's like, this is bullshit. So but she did cough today. She does cough. Wait, why? She does still cough at my mum's, but it's springtime. There's pollen in the air. Listen to me. Honestly, I think she goes out in sympathy. Like, that's bad. I probably have lung cancer. So anyway, just add it to the list of possible fun deaths for me. Ma'am, look, I am who I am. Try the puffer. Honestly, I could. It's steroids. I could definitely use the puffer. Cuba found a cure for lung cancer? Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Well, I need another cup of tea so I can have the delicious little sugary thing. And we'll get into Joe's new video. Shall we? Shall we be the most intellectual versions of ourselves by listening to the smartest person I know, Joe? Also, she worked really fucking hard on this video. I know.
Boy!
Speedrazor gifted a tier 1 sub to Drove the Destroyer.
By the way, this is the puffer. Anyway, you just take this end off and then you just put her nose in it like this and she just breathes in like that. Joe doesn't really stream. Joe doesn't like streaming. I can't speak for Joe. But Joe is the kind of person who is academically superior to me. And she likes to have really well thought out opinions. I'm not saying that mine aren't, but Joe likes to be able to express herself in YouTube video format because she can tell a story. She's really good at telling a story. She enjoys the process of creating the videos. And being a streamer is hard. You have to let go of the fact that you are going to be perceived sometimes not at your best self. And that's difficult, right? It's difficult in its own way because sometimes you'll say something that's dumb or sometimes your opinion, you won't be able to like eloquently get it across. And also you like, especially if you consider yourself smart, it can be very difficult to have people poke at you in a not genuine way. So. Yeah, we do. Every time we catch up though, we talk about... Huh? Sorry. I was saying horrible things about you. Oh. Sorry. Sorry. This is what I mean. It's not good to be a streamer. Is that better? What about now? Uh, uh. I don't know what's happening. It's only got one. I'm not. Ah, hold. Is that better? Hello? No. So it's not monitoring. No. So it's not monitoring. Oh. Okay, that sounds interesting. Okay. Okay, so it's probably headphone settings. Is that better? Can you hear this? I'm muted in OBS. Can you hear this? Anyone? Can you? Oh, okay, that's weird. No, I've muted my voice in OBS, but it doesn't tell me it's coming through desktop audio. This is unmuting. This is muting. I don't know why is it looping in OBS? It doesn't show me any loop. Properties. There's nothing there. I can't mute desktop. It mutes everything. When you change things around, it messes up OBS and audio settings. Yeah, no fucking shit. So, I guess if I just mute the mic. Yeah, it is, but it doesn't show me in settings, properties. That should be fine. And then advanced audio properties. Monitoring off. There's no other buttons I turned on. Oh. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Is that better? Is this better? No? Oh. Is this better? 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 Guys, I'm just going to have to mute my mic. It's muted. Guys, it's muted in OBS. My mic is muted in OBS. I don't know. I don't know.
We never leave. We're stuck here forever. Unfortunately, it's the end of the road for anybody who has already found themselves in here.
Nick, thank you for subscribing. I did use the USB dongle you sent me. Whatever. I'll fiddle with it more. I'll fiddle with it more. It could be where it's plugged in the PC. I don't know. Okay. Well, everybody.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Huh? The sub and then the 10 gifts? I'm not that cool. What? Huh? What? Thank you? Huh? What? Why? What? Huh? Thanks? What? Oh my god, why? What? I'm not that cool. I don't know what to do. I am definitely not that cool. I'll fix it later. I will. I'll fix it. I'll fix it later.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual.
Am I getting scammed? What? Why? Huh? What? That's not an explanation. That's 25 gifted. What? Huh? What? What? That's not an My technology skills do not deserve gifted subs. Thank you? What? But what? Huh? Thank you. Whoever you are. It's very kind. Pierce Frog, I'm so glad someone here got a gift sub. That's so fun. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. That doesn't happen very often. I did have a lobotomy yesterday, but I think we're probably going to clear the double lobotomy in a row.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it
Why?
casual.
I felt left out. Stop. But I didn't do anything. You guys, I haven't been funny or anything. I'm not even singing. I didn't even say anything smart. I literally hurt everybody's eardrums by accident with a cord. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's nice. Why are you giving me...
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
We're giving me gifted subs for tech issues. We're like, wow. That's great content. Thanks, Queen. That's what... Man, I tried too hard. I obviously not. If we did that, we'd all be broke. I tried too hard. That's Very generous, Vic. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Cheers. That's crazy. What we're learning from this is you should pull out cables more. I should have known that's what would really get people going on Twitch. Cables. I'm rich, I don't care. I'm so happy for you. It's really generous for me as a not rich. I'm so grateful. Thank you for randomly giving me money on the internet with your free will that definitely exists. Wild.
People who roll on in and realize very quickly how wonderful I am.
Which was Nick. And now One Hand Politics. Thanks, guys. Wow. Thanks for rolling in as people are just realizing how wonderful I am.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
What? Sorry. Why? Oh my god, that's crazy. What? Why? I'm not that cool. I swear I am not that cool. That's... Thanks. Actually, you know what? That's so casual of you. I'm so casual about this. Wow, what an everyday occurrence. Where I'm so chill and casual about this. Thank you.
Bye!
MoBrains gifted a tier 1 sub to Darren01.
I don't know what kind of hype train this is, but it's going to be some accent. But we might have skipped Irish. Would you like Scottish again? 8! Jesus. Here. You ready? Have my Scottish accent, which is really good. You ready? Imagine your mind being just like a glass of wine brew sitting on the windowsill in the broad bricked sunshine. Your glass is from the drinking is an orange, a bonny and sparkling and liched. As you sit there and watch a few wee bubbles gather at the bottom of the glass and start to float up and just like your thoughts as you watch the bubbles rise to the surface and stay there a while. It's so good. What do you mean? Is this not the best Scottish? It's like I'm watching a Scottish play. The first streamer to get negative.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult
Bro.
when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys.
Bro.
Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
I
Bye!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Taylor_Swift.
There's a lot going on. Well, I mean, this could single-handedly be the biggest hype train I've ever had, Nick, so thanks. It's Thursday. I don't understand. But I'm very grateful. Bitch, I'm having a strawberry matcha every day this week.
Bye!
An anonymous
sure.
user gifted a tier 1 sub to Scottish accent.
I know, that's right. I'm going to be the dirty consumerist that I am. I might even have 2 strawberry matches a day this week just to be a little crazy about it. When are you going to buy a $3 million? It's not happening.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual.
Wow.
Fuck.
That's a new record.
Lolt Meat gifted a tier 1 sub to Abandon Licky.
No more, guys. That's so many. Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous, you guys.
Lolt Meat gifted a tier 1 sub to Tolga.
Guys,
it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in.
Thank
You'll
you.
scare them off. It's a community, guys.
That's
Community.
really...
Keep it casual. Fuck.
I don't know what to say. Not Thursdays into the random biggest hype train I've ever had. That's... Thank you, Nick. That's very generous. I don't know what I did, but very cool. I got to see Tolga at the premiere. He was dressed like Chainsaw Man, which was cool.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Famous.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys.
Community.
Keep it casual.
It's Thursday. And what? Why? What? I don't even look super pretty. I'm gonna be real with you. There is no way I can actually make content to deserve this kindness. Thank you. You guys, thank you. Famous, thank you for the 20. Nick, another 100. I wish I knew why. I don't understand. Thank you.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Vic. Someone said 10 more for the next level. I'm weak-willed. Well, level 12 is a huge record. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Now everyone stop. Wow. Thank you so much. Good things happen to people having technical issues. Well, that's what it currently feels like. Also, One Hand Politics, thank you for the raid. What a time to raid. Thank you. Welcome. We are about to watch Joe's new video. So we gaming sometime this month? I mean, I definitely could play Outer Wilds again.
Bye!
Soon 219 gifted a tier 1 sub to Bucky Bone. They have given 247 gift subs in the channel.
Soon, thank you. Yeah, Raiders, it's like this every Thursday. Raiders, it's like this once a year. Maybe, if I'm lucky. I don't know what to say. Cool, thanks. Thank you. Wait, are we celebrating? No. No, we're not celebrating.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first
I-
come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
I don't know. It's not my birthday. I'm not gonna buy a $3 million house. I am gonna buy a strawberry matcha though. So look out. I'm about to be fucking caffeinated. Well, tomorrow. I'll be really caffeinated tomorrow. Tiny. I think you have to have at least 2 tomorrow. It's not my birthday. We're not doing the VO thing where every day is not her birthday, but it is her birthday every day. I can't steal the not my birthday shtick, you know. I don't even have a shtick. What could be my shtick? I don't have one. I've lost all my personality. It's out the window. It's gone. But it is unable to get over the gifted subs. Being bad with cables is definitely at least one facet of my personality. Yeah. You're a shtick in the mud. I'm a shtick in a plant. Like if I were to identify as a stick, I would be identifying as a stick that is supporting a plant. Do you know why? Because that is definitely at the top of my mind because I staked my plant today. Not like vampire staked, but like I staked it so it stood up straighter. I wonder if my plant's happy. I do think my plant is happy for the support more than anything else. Like I don't think it feels restricted. I think it's happy for the support. No, it's a stake with the stem. I staked so that the stem anyway. I don't really know what to say. I do have ornamental alcohol I could drink. But I don't think I don't have any shoes that I'm willing to ruin. But I think after the cup of tea we might need a glass of wine. Perhaps. I didn't realize I would be celebrating. I mean, you know what? I'm going to assume this is everybody celebrating my incredible Scottish accent. Yes. Oh my God. I'm an actress. And
This is a full-blown house deposit. So
that's what we're doing.
Smixel sip smixel
That's what
high.
it is. You guys were like, wow. Hi, Jim. You guys were like, wow, her accents are so good that we'll do this.
This is a full-blown house deposit. So
That
Level
is,
12 hype train.
chat, that is obviously the biggest hype train I've ever had. Don't ruin your shoes. I know, I couldn't. I don't overconsume. Look at this. Oh, wow, that's wild. We're so sorry they left you at the altar. I haven't been left at the altar. Yet. Seems unlikely. But you never know. The Banshees of Pixel. Pixel Sheeran. I quite liked that movie. It was very depressing, but I did like it. Not you having collected all the emotes, Famus. That's wild. Things like that doesn't really happen here, you guys. Thank you so much, Nick. That's I don't really know what to, it's a lot of money. It's extremely generous, and maybe it's not a lot of money to you, but or maybe it is, but thank you a lot, and obviously Famus and Vic, and everybody else who joined in. That's very cool. What was the
It's
rest?
a full-blown house deposit. So
Hello there.
Hey, Real Martigan, 23 months. Thank you so much. And Cam, thank you so much for the 15. And Jim, thank you for the 78. Thank you so much. What a cool and normal Thursday. That's very cool and normal. Wow. That is one fixed sub count after that's thank you. Well, fuck. What was I doing? Oh, yes. So Hustlin sent me his old microphone, which is actually the microphone that I like better. I'm about to eat some homemade Scottish tablet. Which one should I eat? Maybe I'll try the Isle of Skye liqueur one. I also got a hair tool. Thanks, Speed Razor. I got a hair tool, so my hair's about to look real good every day. And there was candy. And there's a tartan. I got this too. It's a tartan water bottle and it's got footholes. So, yeah, cold feet. Not in this house. Anyway, I'm gonna eat this. Hold on. I'm saving this. No, I want to eat this now. But hold on. I'll eat. I just want to try some. No, I always have cold feet. What do they say? Cold feet, warm heart. My body doesn't really circulate blood in a super effective way.
Love to drink raw milk.
I've been
Okay. This is loud. My boop. Wow. This is so yummy. I know it's just sugar, but it's so yummy. Oh my God. This is like, the Scottish do this really well. Like Swedish candy, but Scottish tablet. With a cup of tea. Wow, this is peak living. I'm about to watch my friend's super intellectual cool video. I have a cup of tea and a block of sugar. And someone, for some unknown reason, just gifted me a bunch of subs. Nick, why? I mean, this could be peak living. There's nowhere to go from here. Wow. Okay, hold on. This is Joe's video. Hold on. No, you haven't missed the video. Yeah, this is Joe's video. So firstly, if you can all go interact with it, please like, comment, or you can comment after, but like, make sure you're subscribed to Joe. If you haven't watched her previous videos, they're incredible, well worth watching as well. All right, let's do it. Wow, nothing nothing better than when you see Joe Rogan on the screen. Are we ready? Hold on, let me just check volume.
I've been reading too many people fighting and arguing about stupid shit to the point where I'm starting to develop theories, and I don't want to.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building. on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state.
Who actually runs the government?
Not who you think it is.
Here's the thing. A lot of people come to Washington and they just play the game. And it's you punch their ticket and get along to go along.
She killed her dog and bragged about it in her book. The prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones. The investigators will be investigated because the deep state, last term for President Trump, they were hiding in the shadows, but now they have a spotlight on them.
People, we need to stop trusting the experts, right?
There are many strange ideas that influence the Trump administration, and
Yeah, there are many strange ideas that influence the Trump administration, but can we just take a minute to acknowledge how beautiful Jo is and how incredible she looks? Wow, she looks so smart and interesting and fashionable, and her makeup is so good. And like everything, even the composition, slay, the coloring, everything, 10 out of 10. And now we'll go back to being intellectual.
tech oligarchy and their network states, that's just one of them. On the other side of that coin is something that is maybe stranger, if you believe that that is possible. So strange that it's been really hard for me to work out a meaningful way to talk about it. I'm talking about the thinking that is related to Steve Bannon, what motivated the Gen 6s, the true believers who think that God selected Donald Trump to save America.
I think he's been sent from above.
I believe he is a gift from God that's trying to save our country.
This thing
I do forget. That this is reality. I do forget. Sent from God, guys.
It's not religious necessarily, but it is kind of esoteric. And the best concept that I have found to help me understand it is the occult. Don't click away. Please just give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes to explain what I mean before you just dismiss this out of hand, because I'm not using that word to conjure ideas of conspiracy or evil or anything like that. Historically, the occult has been understood as rejected knowledge. Things that we once believed and respected, but over time, as science has progressed, they've fallen out of fashion and our society just doesn't really endorse them anymore.
My personal favorite one is bloodletting. But that did come back in the anime I watched last night. So, maybe it's back.
Obviously, there have been periods where a lot of things fell out of fashion, like the scientific revolution. But the thing about this rejected knowledge is, despite being disproven, despite most people moving on to other forms of knowledge, some of these ideas hang on. They retain a following. You probably encountered...
Oh, sorry. For those of you who don't know, this is my friend Jo. Jo and I do Girl Dozer together, and we will do Girl Dozer again. Don't know when, but we will do it. Jo and I have been friends for a long time now. During the pandemic is when it kind of grew. Jo is a very cool person. She is extremely smart. If you're looking for her on YouTube, it's Blonde Politics or Blonde Philosophy. She wrote a play that I went and saw. She has talked me through multiple things. When I had pneumonia, she told me to get in the shower and have a shower orange. And I do think it saved my life. So Jo is a hero. The only reason I'm here today, having survived pneumonia, is because Jo stopped me ripping my skin off through the magic of the shower orange, okay? Also, she's enabling. We enable one another in a fun way, okay? She's not British. She's Australian, guys.
Numerous kinds of rejected knowledge in your day-to-day life. Astrology, homeopathy, Ayurveda, conspiracy theories, feng shui, crystals, heavy metals, Dianetics, acupuncture.
Okay, but astrology and crystals we keep for fun. Okay?
Could go on. But what often accompanies these beliefs is a rejection of the prevalent authorities and the institutions of the day, and a rejection of the empirical methods that they use to validate their findings, because in their mind, only one can be right. Let's start with the man that led me down this very dark and twisted rabbit hole, RFK Jr. How on earth did this man end up as the Secretary of Health when he believes so many unscientific things?
I do believe that autism does come from vaccines. They're going to have the right to compel unwanted medical interventions on us. The Nazis did that in the camps. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. They're putting and 5G to harvest our data and control our behavior.
Things that we know based on empirical testing are not true. He believes vaccines cause autism, antidepressants cause mass shootings, fluoride in the water causes lower IQ and brittle bones, chemicals in our food are responsible for gender confusion, seed oils cause obesity, AIDS is caused by poppers at raves, and Wi-Fi is destroying our mitochondria and giving us all cancer. All of the beliefs that I have listed require a rejection of modern science in order to believe, or just a flat-out rejection of modernity, a belief that things were simpler in the past, they were better then. But when you reject the empirical evidence and institutions that support scientific development, you are forced to reject a bunch of other things too. When you go to the part of the world where people who love to drink raw milk are, you will start to hear a lot of other weird ideas. In that pile of rejected knowledge, things amalgamate, because the institution that rejected my idea also rejected this idea. So maybe I should give this idea a second chance. Your yoga group suddenly starts questioning the efficacy of vaccines, and then your anti-vax group starts to question the moon landing. And before you know it, your circle—
You're a flat earther.
—is talking about the deep state.
Donald Trump, our United States president, is a massive and powerful light worker. The information that I am providing today is coming from the Galactic Federation of Light. That's what the
mystical thinking, guys. It's beautiful. It's something, and it's all over TikTok. I don't know if you guys have scrolled even just a little bit. There's so much of this because everybody wants to be an expert, right? And everybody wants to be special. And so the way that people are doing that at the moment is by, instead of doing science and intellectualism, they're finding alternate paths to fill that gap. Because you can obviously very easily become an expert in the Galactic Federation of Light and teach people about it. Why? Because it's the Galactic Federation of Light.
humans call these beings.
Any skepticism towards one idea might force you to apply the same questioning attitude to your own beliefs. So these ideas start reinforcing one another, even though most of the time they have very little to do with one another. And the goals of the people who endorse the different projects tend to be very different. All of these ideas that have failed to gain or maintain mainstream recognition come together to create this taboo irrationalism that in a historical context is understood as the occult. The occult then creates a kind of counter-establishment, a more singular thought pattern that wants to rebel against the status quo and become a home for the alienated. Anyone who doesn't feel represented by the establishment or the established social order may look to this alternative and turn to rejected knowledge to validate their denunciation of the mainstream. A lot of poor people—
Wait, so my favorite example of this is like, you know how jocks in the 90s were the cool kids, and now it's kind of swung to nerds being cool-ish, right? It just keeps swinging, right? Like the dominant cool group keeps swinging. It's such a easy example of it, and obviously it happens with intellectualism and anti-intellectualism as well. Oh God, soy prem.
Who find the Make America Great Again, rejection of progress slogan appealing, they're vulnerable to these kinds of belief. They don't want to face their own powerlessness. They don't want to believe that.
Honestly, I have a hot take about some nerds, especially some nerds that got into crypto. And I do think they became absolute cunts. Because it's like they don't wield their power in a kind way. It's also some content creators, right? That got big and then again it's power, it's not kindness. Couldn't think of an example of that off the top of my head, but yeah. My favorite part of late stage capitalism is definitely the God complex of greenwashed and charity washed capitalism. It's so sexy. I love it. It's my favorite part of the internet.
This is just happening to them. So they turn to these alternative knowledge spaces to have a sense of control, to believe that there is some divine purpose or that a miracle will happen that will fix everything. But there is another category of people who tend to dabble in the occult or have a preference for rejected knowledge, the rich and the bored. The issues of the everyday man don't affect them. There's little in their life that can affect them because, well, they're wealthy, which actually can make life a little bit boring. In order to feel important and interesting, they want to pretend that they are part of some bohemian underground intelligentsia. And of course they want to believe that they are greater and more powerful and more in control than modern science.
That clip of Elon during saying that is kind of funny. Dark Gothic Marga. That's literally the occult.
That they are just an average human like everybody else. When there is a lot of political disillusionment and institutional distrust, members of this counter-establishment can force their way into mainstream politics. That can be through creating a new party or reshaping an existing party. Ultimately, it's whatever is the path of least resistance. Politics, based on rejected knowledge, does tend to have a religious complexion. Advocates claim that they have ideals much greater than the day-to-day concerns of the state. Forget social services.
Hot take. I think that was a hoax. I know, scolding hot take. I know. I'm so brave with my scolding hot takes. Shenanigans. I agree. I do. Shenanigans. Truly.
Or infrastructure, they have spiritual sounding goals like salvation and redemption. This is an illuminated politics.
You talk about the country, you believe you have more to do. You weren't done. You were spared for a reason.
Well, God believes that, I guess.
See? Like he was saved from the assassin. Because God. And so, like, that's so motivating for the people who think that Trump is God chosen, right? Like it's a very, very good narrative device for the people that believe Trump was chosen by God.
We'll have to see.
Trump has frequently said that he believes in the power of positive thinking.
Think of yourself as a winner. The power of positive thinking.
If he meant an optimistic outlook on life, I'd be right on board. But he means something a little bit more serious than that. When talking about the people who've shaped him as a person, Trump only ever names two people: his late father and his Reverend, Norman Vincent Peale.
You know, the greatest speaker I think I've ever witnessed was Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. And he would speak the power of positive thinking.
Trump started attending Peale's sermons as a child in the 1950s and remained a devoted parishioner for more than 50 years, marrying two of his wives in Peale's church. This isn't casual, tick it off the list church attendance. Trump likes this church, and he likes this reverend. And it was in this church, through this reverend, that Donald Trump was introduced to the power of positive thinking. The power of positive thinking comes from something called New Thought. New Thought is a religious movement that started in America in the early 19th century and basically created a bunch of...
Oh, I thought we were just saying this. I didn't know it came from like New Thought. That's wild. Yeah, Justin, 100%. No, he believes in the power of positive thinking. It's like how all of us know you're the chosen one because God got you out of the bin that one time you fell in the bin. Yeah. And don't you forget it. Okay? I was pulled out of the bin for a reason. I actually use the power of positive thinking myself. Did you flick your mic gain down? Look, just the mic issues we've had, I'm just not dealing with. All right, we're dealing with whatever's happening.
Spiritual Frankenstein's monsters. It all started with a man named Phineas Quimby, who convinced people that he could heal them.
That's a really good
using
name.
something called mind power. New Thought endorses the idea that your mind directly influences reality. Not the whole attitude is everything, perspective is everything shtick. No, you can think things into being, that you can make things happen with the power of your mind alone.
In any moment, your life can re-begin itself with a new thought.
You know what? I kind of want to believe in this. Like, I do. Like, I kind of want to believe in this.
Believe that our words have creative power, and they start with thoughts.
God said, let us make man in our image and likeness. What was the intention? That we would create with the words of our mouth.
It gave us
But I also think it's cope.
the freedom to use our mind, to use our thought, to allow the creative power within us to create a new life.
Because we know our thoughts have power.
We create with the words of our mouth an atmosphere that either attracts God or it causes God not to be drawn into our situation.
All of these people are still very much Christian. The proverb, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, is heavily stretched to mean that every person's creative mind has the same creative force as God. These ideas started in religion.
How do we feel about that, chat? Because when I get a little bit like philosophical, part of me is like, we're all God. We're all interconnected and we're all God in like the spiritual thing. But at the same time, I just do not at all believe in this. Reject germ theory. It's all a terrain. As an atheist, I'm on board. I tend to break a lot of these philosophies down to they're trying to sell me the magic is real. It's not. It's cope. It's cope. A lot of these things are definitely people selling you cope.
To health, and we definitely still see them there today, but soon they evolved into a focus on self-improvement and material abundance. So what started with a random clockmaker, Phineas Quimby, resulted in Christian Science, the prosperity gospel.
I've always been your debt freedom.
And the power of positive thinking.
Dr.
See. Bad.
Norman Vincent Peale, from many years ago, wrote a book, The Power of Positive Thinking.
In that book, he says that any fact facing us, however difficult, even seemingly hopeless, is not so important as our attitude toward that fact. Confident and optimistic thought pattern can modify or overcome the fact altogether. These are the instructions that Peale gives to his followers, and I think they actually also provide an alternative framing for Trump's consistent and outrageous lies. Have we ever considered that Trump might be manifesting?
We're going to win so much,
He absolutely is manifesting. This is what he believes. This man thinks he's so powerful because he manifested at his rallies. It's actually witchcraft. What we could do is we could start a Trump is a witch movement.
I even get tired of winning. Nobody else can do it like me. Nobody even understands it but me. Nobody knows debt better than me. Nobody builds walls better than me. Nobody knows much more about technology than I do. Nobody knows the system.
Oh my God, the effort that went into getting all these clips together, chat, just so you know.
Better than me. Nobody in the history of this country has ever known so much about infrastructure as Donald Trump. There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am. I know more about grass than any human being, I think, anywhere in the world. Nobody's ever had crowds like this. Nobody ever. I know more formulas. I know words. I have the best words. I have an...
I know words. I have the best words.
instinct for this kind of thing.
Good chat. You know what's fucked? Sometimes he's so funny.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody.
I'm not saying he's manifesting as in it is working, because I am saying that when Trump says all of these crazy things, maybe his motivation is more spiritual. When Trump told his press secretary to announce that his Inauguration Day crowd was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe, was he lying? Or did he think he was affirming? I think it's important to understand because of the relationship between different kinds of rejected knowledge. I told you.
He's just creating his own reality, guys. He's manifesting.
How it cross-contaminates and how strong belief in one thing makes you more susceptible to another. So if Donald Trump truly believes in the power of positive thinking, he is susceptible to other far more dangerous forms of rejected knowledge. Well, no spoilers, but there is a very scary piece of rejected knowledge that exists close to the White House, and it is coming at him from a lot of different angles. But let me show you the connection between these two ideas using another group who are at the forefront of culture right now. Men.
Oh, Chad, are you prepared? Are you prepared? Because she's probably not talking about you. Or maybe she is. I don't know. I don't know.
Positive thinking is not some special tool used exclusively by Trump. You don't need me to tell you that. In America, it's everywhere. The law of attraction, The Secret, affirmations, manifestation, how to win friends and influence people. The self-help industry is bigger than it has ever been.
Yeah.
And recently, it got a whole new audience. As men face a growing number of challenges in society, whether it be in relationships or economic hardship or education struggles, mental health concerns, the self-help industry has not skipped a beat in delivering young men some questionable reassurance. Something that will give them the illusion of control.
Did everyone see the story that a feminist blog hired witches on Etsy to curse Charlie Kirk? Yeah, I covered that. Yeah. Etsy witches profit skyrocketed. Yeah.
Make them feel like they have an understanding of how the world works. A cultural home outside of the establishment that they feel has abandoned them. The manosphere and related masculinity influencer content is extremely solution-oriented. And one of the big solutions that they push, positive thinking, manifestation, and the law of attraction.
Right now, in this very moment, you have the power to change your life. You are the creator of your reality.
It's real, guys.
I believe that that you can speak things into existence.
I talked about the law of attraction.
If you can see it here, and you have the courage enough to speak it, it will happen.
The biggest lesson I learned from the Tates is that you are in control of your own mind. The power of hypnotizing yourself.
You make everybody else accept your version of reality. You see a version of yourself inside of your mind, and when other people do not see it when they look at you, you bend space-time and change your outward projection, your avatar, so others view you exactly the way you see yourself.
It's compelling. It's compelling.
You could create enough of a visualization for yourself if you really were to powerfully start to focus on it and do that. and build that ability to visualize something that your brain at one point would have to think it's so true that the world would meet you and put it into your life.
These ideas tend to exist in a space alongside the more accepted pursuit.
Yeah. Vox, that's how I'm saying it's compelling. But it's not just sad people. It's normies. Like, we all want control and some form of cope, and anything that makes you feel like you have power over your destiny can be very compelling. And it can be really difficult when it's taken away from you. When you feel like something happens to you that was entirely out of your control, that's one of those things that can happen, and it can shift your perspective. Like, not that I was ever, deep in red pill, but or anything like that ever. But when my chronic pain condition was really bad and I just felt like I had no control over my life experience whatsoever, you're like, oh, no, there are things that are in my control and there are things that aren't, and then those things I'm just dealing with. And it's life altering the way that you perceive how the world works, And that's why these days I don't really do positive thinking. What I do is do things. That says the basis of my philosophy is like, I'm going to go out and have coffee. I am going to go to the party. I am going to go visit my mom. I am going to work. I'm going to clean my house. I'm going to cook. It's living. I'm going to take my dog to the park. And none of these are super big, exciting, interesting things. I just think positive thinking can be a trap, because when it doesn't work, it feels like you failed. And then you go back to these people and you pay them $500 for their 6-week positive thinking course, thinking it's going to help you, when what really would have helped you is just going out and living your life. I'm going to support my favorite streamer. Yeah, that's what I hope you're all thinking. I'm joking. Please, nobody give me anything.
Of masculine culture, the gym, professional sports, but they also cross-contaminate with some more questionable knowledge. There's the avoiding of ultra-processed foods.
People have been arrested and just locked up for having whole milk.
The demonization of feminism.
Well, I'm an independent. I don't need no man because I have an OnlyFans, and men pay my OnlyFans, and if anyone comes up to me, I'll call a male police officer. I don't need men. Shut up.
Conspiracy theories. All of these are...
I agree with that. I just want to address this. I am also somewhat a determinist, but I think if you, I don't know what it is like for you, young kilogram, but if you're a determinist without doing things, I think it can lead you to a very bad life experience. Like, you do nothing because you're like, oh, well, I was always going to do nothing. If that makes sense. I feel like people can really fall into a very nihilistic trap, because once you learn about determinism, right, and it makes a lot of sense, and you're like, well, fuck, I have no free will anyway, everything's just going to be the way that it was, then you want to learn more to cope with that, so you understand, you become very nihilistic, and then you're understanding that. I think it is a trap. And I have another video for us about nihilism, so we can watch that after this, maybe in between this and Max. No, nihilism is not sexy. It's inevitable if you... nihilism is an inevitable part of the process of deconstructing God, I think. And, coming to terms with determinism. But I do think that there are ways that you can frame your experience a little bit better than being like, well, everything was going to go the way it's given the exact same conditions. At least that's... nihilism is a trap. I think you have to escape nihilism to absurdism, and that's been my path. I'm not saying it's your path, but I think if you can escape nihilism to an understanding of, well, I'll do the thing. I'll do the silly little thing. It might not give me dopamine straight away, but then it might give me dopamine later. I think it's and by the way, when I use absurdism, I'm not talking about really classical absurdism, because that's not really what I mean. But it's sometimes looking at your own intellectual thoughts as like irrelevant to your life experience. Just go do the thing. Just go do the thing. Just go do the thing. Go live the life. Go do the thing. Yeah, but don't you want to get high on life sometimes? But I mean, if nihilism is the way you want to experience the world, I think it's better than magical thinking.
Far more damaging, but we can see how going to the gym has become synonymous with some more fringe ideas and conservatism more generally, which is a rejection of modernity.
But sometimes I look up, I feel there's like a thing. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't think it's gay or anything. I think it just feel like the space is looking back at me.
There is something.
Yeah, when I look at space, I think it's gay too.
Much more sinister that is percolating in this space, and it is a type of right-wing thought that is conservative, but not one that wants to go back to the 1950s, one that wants to go back to the Bronze Age.
What?
It was once said that every staffer in the Trump White House had read Bronze Age mindset.
Oh no. Oh no.
A book written pseudonymously by Bronze Age pervert, often referred to affectionately on platforms such as X as BAP. Now, even if this is an exaggeration, the book and its ideas have...
God damn it, Joe is about to teach me about something that I really just could have gone my whole life without not knowing about. Like, do you know what I mean? I think I have heard about this before, but do you know what I mean? It was packed away in my brain. You know, like it was packed away in my brain. I'd forgotten about it. Oh, God.
So many high-profile supporters.
But Politico, I think, does not do justice to the actual genius. I mean, I think it's actually quite brilliant, much of Bronze Age mindset. And as much as I disagree with a lot of it, and I think a lot of it is offensive and terrible and gross, you can't deny that it's incredibly well-structured and well-written.
Mainstream right-wing commentators like Richard Hanania and Christopher Rufo have both shown admiration for BAP's work. BAP's Twitter account is followed by Vice President of the United States J.D. Vance. Michael Anton, the newly appointed policy director at the State Department, positively reviewed the book for the Claremont Institute after receiving it as a gift from Curtis Yarvin. Darren Beattie, a former Trump aide who got fired for speaking at a white nationalist conference, is also a big fan. And while Elon Musk has never tweeted about BAP, I'd bet money that he does before the end of 2026. So what is this book about? What makes it so appealing that so many people have read it? First and foremost, if you are a young man, this book is a fun read because it is written like a 4chan post. It's very crass, it's offensive. And the content can be fun too. There's a lot of discussion around what it means to be hot.
Beautiful and strong. Always be the best and excel over all the rest. The left, which seeks not the deification of mankind or of man, but its debasement into cockroach form.
But that is, of course, all a shield, so that if any...
The cockroaches of the future, that's what we are? Really? Man, I just want to I want a solar punk, equitable society where everyone's housed and learning and having a nice time. I don't want to be a cockroach.
Anyone asks you, oh, why do you like this book? You can just be like, oh, it's ironic, it's fun. But privately, you can still take it very seriously. Because of the way the book is written, it's actually kind of hard to explain what it is exactly about. It's like a strange diatribe that simultaneously praises the pre-modern world, specifically Greece, and critiques the modern world, specifically racial and gender equality and evolutionary science, among other things, while also offering some self-help tidbits. And obviously, there is, of course, a lot of talk about what it means to be a real man. Despite writing like a 4chaner and insisting that the book is not philosophy, it is clear that Bab views himself as knowledgeable when it comes to philosophy and theory. In fact, the writing style is what I assume to be a modern play on Nietzsche's writing style. He wants Bronze Age pervert to be understood as a Nietzschean, Schopenhauerian, Straussian deconstruction of the modern world. And I know...
See, this is when Joe's expertise comes out because she teaches philosophy. She has taught philosophy in the past, right? So I'm not going to read that and pick up that it is a take on Nietzschean like dialect. And so when Joe does something like this, it's so fun.
That many fans of Bap and Bap himself would strongly reject what I am about to say, but whether intentional or not, he is reproducing the ideas of Julius Evola.
Oh my God.
Who is Evola? You are not going to...
I love this. It's derivative. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Joe. Oh no. We are calling the men derivative.
Like him. Evola was an Italian esoteric philosopher and occultist. Evola is associated with traditionalism, a school of thought that believes that a divine piece of truth, a wisdom about the universe was given to mankind in ancient times, and every single religion developed from that truth. Then modernity caused us to forget the truth, and as a result, we have been plunged into decadence and darkness. Therefore, modernity is the enemy. Luckily, traditionalism, Evola's school of thought, endorses a cyclical view of history, one taken from Hinduism instead of a linear one, meaning that in order to go back, we just have to keep pushing forward.
Hey,
Evola believed that in this time cycle, we were in the...
I read like 6 pages of philosophy here and there. Some of it's hard to stomach. Some of it I know. We've done Hegel on stream. We've done Nietzsche on stream.
Last stage, known as Kali Yuga.
Welcome to the Iron Age, the Kali Yuga.
Yeah,
Enjoy
exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Well, we were talking about that before, and that's kind of where we're at. We are in Kali Yuga.
We are in Kali Yuga.
And the Hindus were very smart in their idea of, it was the Hindus, right?
Yes, the Hindus, yes.
They came up with this idea that there are certain ages almost unavoidable of civilization.
Correct.
So they go through these cycles.
Correct.
And Kali Yuga is characterized by violent conflict and the end of the world as we know it. It's kind of similar to the beliefs held by accelerationists who believe that the world is already in the process of collapsing under the weight of its own contradiction. So the best thing to do is to speed it up so it falls apart. Then we can get cracking on starting all over. Evola rose to prominence during World War II, and he did interface with both Mussolini and Hitler, but he didn't really like either of them because he didn't like their fascism. In his mind, his fascism was far more pure, much more spiritually based. So in Mussolini's...
No, these fucking Walmart fascists are not doing it right. You need my spiritual fascism, guys.
Italy, because the fascism appealed to a populism and religion, he felt that that tainted fascism. Evola believed in a spiritual caste system. He believed that some people were better than other people, therefore appealing to the masses, fundamentally wrong. Then in Germany, he felt that the Third Reich was too scientific in their racial discrimination, in their Holocaust, because he felt that the issue with victims of the regime should not be one of race or politics. It's that they were spiritually bad, that their spiritual essence was lesser. And he was obsessed with the idea of the spirit, in particular the warrior spirit. Even after the end of World War II, the defeat of fascism, he tried to bring it back. He was tried in court for advocating for the revival of fascism, but he missed the charge because technically, he was never a member of Mussolini's fascist party, a party he didn't join because they were not fascist enough. Evola wrote
a... Yeah, the sentence Mussolini was not fascist enough is not one you hear every day. That's not one you hear every day, I suppose.
book called Revolt Against the Modern World, in which he diagnoses all of the problems of the modern West. Funnily enough, his complaints are very similar to the right-wing intelligentsia today, in that liberalism has led to the degradation of higher values and ideals in favor of atheism and materialism, mob rule, hedonism, scientism, gender ideology, and race mixing. And if we are going to save civilization, we need to recenter spiritual pursuits. If you read Revolt Against the Modern World by Evola and Bronze Age Mindset by BAP side by side, the influence will be obvious. Like Evola, BAP believes that there is a spiritual caste system, that those who belong to the lower caste, which BAP refers to as bugmen, need to be purified. Members of the lower caste are spoken of with absolute hatred by both writers. Both.
Well, but how are they deciding who's the lower caste?
Have a contempt for Enlightenment values in Christianity. Both believe that the ancient key to human vitality and potential has been lost. Both books.
Well, no. Well, it's not race. She doesn't love you. Like, this goes beyond race, right? Because they were like, you're not racist enough.
Open, with the author insisting that only superior minds will be able to understand their ideas. And just like Evola, the stock standard fascism is simply too populist and too democratic for BAP, who writes, I believe in fascism, or something worse, I believe in rule by a military caste of men who would be able to guide society toward a morality of eugenics. Something important that I think is worth mentioning is Evola's early preoccupation with an idea that he called the absolute individual. It's kind of similar to Nietzsche's Übermensch. It's basically the idea of a man who has the ability to be whatever he wants to be through the power of his mind and will alone. Eventually, this willpower will become so strong that not only will he be able to change himself, but he will also be able to change the world. Evola wrote, one could envision a gradual process whereby the power of an eye expands from being the power of thought to that of a magical imagination and self-persuasion, to that
the power of
persuading
positive thinking,
others, and ultimately persuading and altering reality itself. And that is actually very similar to what BAP is talking about when he talks about the Bronze Age mindset. Ultimately, it all comes back to the power of positive thinking. Another fan of Julius Evola's ideas is Richard Spencer.
Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
Infamous alt-right leader who has said that Evola is one of the most interesting men of the 20th century. I don't believe that Richard Spencer has read Julius Evola, but that doesn't really matter because he's bringing him up for a reason.
We're really trying to change the world, and we're going to do that by changing consciousness and changing how people see the world and how they see themselves.
There are sections of the alt-right that honestly believe what they are doing is magic. They are actively engaged in something called chaos magic, which conceptually exists somewhere between witchcraft and pickup artistry. But chaos magic itself developed.
That's a banger of a line. She doesn't get enough credit. That's a banger of a line.
Developed in the 1970s during a time where the culture actively rejected the idea that something could be true or fact or reality. This period of time was ruled by the idea that symbols and systems don't have meaning. Meaning comes exclusively from belief. Therefore, the truth is whatever you believe. Chaos magic believes that we can use our minds, individually and collectively, to change the world. Reality is a playground. Chaos magic likes to focus on extending what we believe is possible for us to affect. What would it take to nudge the universe in the direction you want it to go? Maybe something as trivial as the image of a frog could change the world forever if enough people believed that it meant something more. Pepe began his life in a 2005 comic book called The Boys Club. By 2010, Pepe was a popular meme. In 2016, Pepe went bad. He started being used on the message board 4chan as a visual way to indicate that something was politically incorrect. Misogyny.
Pepe went bad. Bad Pepe.
Fascism, racism, all accompanied by a Pepe. Pepe was being shared wearing swastikas and saying slurs. The ADL classified Pepe as a hate symbol. But around this time, someone noticed a coincidence. In the ancient Egyptian world, the god of chaos and darkness was depicted by a frog named Kek.
The god Kek, who's a frog.
Oh, God. Fucking. Oh, I don't know if I really want to understand all of the men. I don't know. Like, I probably have it in me to understand like 3 men. All right? Maybe. And I want it to be a challenge. But well, it's certainly not Jordan Peterson.
It's a frog, as it turns out.
But the coincidence didn't end there, because kek was a phrase used in place of lol by World of Warcraft MP.
Oh my god. Not kek.
G players, many of whom already a fan of Pepe. This is of course all completely meaningless in reality. Many things are just a coincidence, but this coincidence was given spiritual significance. Pepe became a sigil to these people, an entity created and fed by the devotion of his followers for
Oh my god, not the religious symbolism.
magical purposes. It is so stupid, I know, and I'm sorry. It gets worse. On the website 4chan, posts are given sequential ID numbers that are hard to predict given the volume of posting. The members of 4chan treat patterns and repetitions in these numbers as auspicious. It's very similar to the way that girls get excited when it's 11:11. Because these numbers were seen as special, people would go out of their way to try and get them. And in 2015, a lot of posts that were trying to get these 4chan angel numbers were posts about Trump or Pepe. One day,
You just know these people are giving me shit for like putting crystals out under the moon for fun, right? And they're out here posting on 4chan to try and get angel numbers. Lord. We can give both groups shit. I know, but mine's not actively fucking harmful.
someone's post appears with the number 7777777. That's 7 sevens. It doesn't get more auspicious than that. That post said Donald Trump will win the election. So from that day forth, it became law that Donald Trump had been divinely selected by the god of chaos.
You're fucking joking me.
Keck to rule the United States of America. On the 13th of October 2015, Donald Trump retweeted an image of himself depicted as Pepe. For months, people in...
Man, this fucker had some smart people around him. Wow.
This 4chan community tried to manifest harm against Hillary Clinton using the Pepe, and when she fell down at the 9/11 memorial service, they took responsibility. Was it a joke? Well, yes and no. In the same way that BAP is joking, I'm not joking. In the same way that Trump himself is simultaneously ridiculous and very serious. It doesn't really matter though, because whether they were joking or not, they were going out of their way to do the esoteric practice of harnessing the power of intention and mental energy to produce a real world result. Links between online memes.
Tonight I am cooking a simple dinner of crispy skinned salmon, roast potatoes, asparagus and sauce supreme finished with capers, lemon and dill.
Can I have that appear in front of me? Right now? If I manifest and use the power of positive thinking? Oh, why? Guys, but I'm trying to manifest it. It's just not working. I have to speak it into existence.
Memes and real world events are, to these people, interpreted as magic. While the alt-writers on 4chan were doing magic, the people of Frog Twitter...
By the way, Fawzi, thanks for the $20.
...were discussing the merits of Baathism. In a very broad sense, Frog Twitter was a collection of people who opposed Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders and wanted to change the institutions that supported them. Actual Frog Twitter in the early days was an extremely closed, hierarchical group led by two figures, Frogdad and Mina. They discussed all kinds of fringe intellectual projects. But once Trump takes office, the nature of Frog Twitter changes dramatically. Some members leave, some are banned from the platform. A schism occurs and a new leader emerges for Frog Twitter. None other than Bronze Age pervert himself. Under the reign of BAP, the nature of Frog Twitter completely changes. The original members of Frog Twitter were pushed out, and BAP used the community to promote himself, his book, his ideas, BAPism, and the right-wing esotericism associated with it. Frog Twitter became dominated by e-girls, Tradcat's semi-famous posters. It became mainstream. Even Elon Musk was a member of Frog Twitter. The Frog Twitter that started as a more intellectual debate meme rejection of Hillary Clinton morphed into a crypto-fueled e-girl-run BAP fest. Why have I given you this incredibly dense history of Frog Twitter? The changes we see in Frog Twitter are the same changes we see between the two Trump administrations. The online mind willed the new administration into power, and the greater centering of Evela is a part of his administration. 2014, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's...
Fuck me. Like, you know, this makes so much sense, but also, like, how are we here? It's so complicated. It's so complicated. There are so many moving parts. There are so many groups of people engaging at a surface level, at a slightly deeper level, and then you have people who knew about fucking Frog Twitter.
Campaign manager gave a speech at a Vatican function. People who are familiar with traditionalism and other forms of right-wing esoteric philosophy were shocked to hear him name drop Julius Evola. He did so while talking about how Vladimir Putin cultivates his personal political power. Bannon said he's got an advisor who harkens back to Julius Evola and different writers of the early 20th century who are really supporters of what's called the traditionalist movement, which really eventually metastasized into Italian fascism. A lot of people that are traditionalists are attracted to that. I think that people, particularly in certain countries, want to see the sovereignty for their country. They want to see nationalism for their country. We, the Judeo-Christian West, really have to look at what he's talking about as far as traditionalism goes, particularly the sense of where it supports the underpinnings of nationalism. And I happen to think that the individual sovereignty of a country is a good thing and a strong thing.
Because I believe the world, and particularly the Judeo-Christian West, is in a crisis. And I believe that, you know, hundreds of years from now when they look back, and we are children of that barbarity, that this will be looked at as almost a new dark age.
It was shocking for someone so close to the President of the United States to name and discuss the ideas of a man like Julius Evola. We also know that in 2018, Bannon had an 8-hour-long meeting with the most famous living supporter of Julius Evola, Alexander Dugin.
We in Russia, we could use postmodernity in order to explain to the West that if...
Yes, Joe spent so much time doing this video. If you saw the process, the reading, the clip selection, the editing, the filming, the script writing, she's just so incredible. She deserves to be as big as ContraPoints for the work that she puts into these videos. Anyway, just share it around. Share it around, like, comment, post, all of it. I wish I could. I support her a lot, but I wish I could support her more.
Any truth is relative, so we have our special Russian truth that you need to accept as something that maybe is not your truth.
By the way, if I am ever rich, Joe just gets to live off my money and make these videos. And whatever other creative pursuits she wants to do. I'm just... If I win the lotto, Joe's living, okay? Because her brain works in such a fucking cool way.
Even if it's not true. But if the truth is relative...
Alexander Dugin, often referred to as the modern Rasputin, has called for a genuine, true, radical, revolutionary, and consistently fascist fascism. Conservatives do not want change. Traditionalists want lots of change, very fast. They want to get the train to jump the tracks. But how do you get the train to jump the tracks? In 2018, Benjamin Teitelbaum interviewed Steve Bannon for his book, War on Eternity. And Teitelbaum was very brave. He asked Bannon point blank if he was a traditionalist. And Bannon's response was coy. It was neither a full-hearted confirmation or a flat-out denial. Instead, he hesitated and then said, it depends on what you mean. Teitelbaum is an expert in these more esoteric philosophies, so knowing that Bannon wasn't willing to come out and say it, Teitelbaum listened for clues in what Bannon was saying. At one point during the discussion, Bannon referred to Donald Trump as a man in time, a phrase that Teitelbaum clocked immediately as originating from a more obscure traditionalist text. This phrase comes from a French traditionalist known as Savitri Devi. She is the author of a book called The Lightning and the Sun, and she basically tried to turn the Third Reich into a religion, which she called esoteric Hitlerism. Like all traditionalists, this woman believed that time was cyclical and that violence and aggression would accelerate an age, which would lead to spiritual renewal. But she also believed that certain special individuals could play a role in the process of cycling through an age. And these special people come in three forms: a man in time, a man above time, and a man against time. It is
Wow.
interesting that Bannon would use the phrase a man in time to refer to Trump. They are exterminators without an ideology. They are not aware that they are such men. In fact, they are often not curious or prone to self-reflection. They pursue self-interest with such ruthlessness that they themselves become a harmful force. When asked, Bannon said he wasn't familiar with the work. But when the ideas were explained to him, he did say he found them very interesting. So if we believe Teitelbaum, that Bannon did say this phrase, we have two options. We can view it as a mere coincidence that the phrase was used. Or we can view it as an intentional invocation of a concept used in the foundational text of esoteric Nazism, which claims a person is actively trying to destroy society in the hopes of bringing a new age upon us. Whether or not Trump sees himself as some sort of chaos magician or spiritual warrior, it doesn't really matter.
I reckon he probably does perceive himself as a chaos magician. Because if there was one word that I would use to describe Trump's impact on the world so far, it is chaos.
It is clear that the people around him see him as more than just a politician. Without suggesting that any of this is done with any sort of intentionality, this might be why rational approaches to this administration seem to consistently fall short. In the same way that it is difficult to convince an anti-vaxxer that they are putting their child in danger, it is hard to explain to people that Donald Trump will not help them politically. A large section of the American population is engaged in magical thinking, and because his entire administration is justified using a completely different kind of thinking, it is difficult to rationally convince someone that Trump is not acting in the interests of the American people. His illuminated politics are destructive in a way that we've never really seen before, and we are experiencing our first truly irrational presidency. The only thing that gives me hope is that I know, whether half of America believes it or not, magic is not real. This is me trying to explain the magic trick. Enjoy the Kali Yuga.
We're coming up with the answers for autism. You watch. We're coming up with the answers for other things that normal people, regular people, easy to get along with people wouldn't be able to do. He's got a lot of ideas, and so do I, and we're going to clean it up.
No ordinary man was ever elected president of the United States. And that's pretty much true. But even an extraordinary man can do unusual things.
Slow clap, chat. Or fast clap. As many claps as you want to do. She never misses. She's so good. That's so illuminating. It's so incredibly illuminating. I'm sharing it again. If you didn't believe me at the start, I hope you believe me now. Please go click, follow, support, send her fucking money. Yeah, go do that. Make sure you follow her Substack. I feel a lot smarter, but I'm not sure I'm happier. Very well edited. Yes, very well edited. I feel twice as smart now. I'm so glad. My only complaint is that the video was only half-hour long. It's a long video though. Why doesn't she have like a PayPal linked? Girl, link a literal way for people to give you money. Why don't you do that? She does get good ad revenue. So watch it, share it around. And there's no Patreon there. Oh, yeah. Oxaca Moonshine, you are not wrong. Man, you just look at that and you do realize how interconnected it all is, right? Between BAP, Frog Twitter, fascism that isn't fascist enough, Trump as a chaos magician, Keck and JP, frogs being evil, accelerationists, cyclical history. No, Louis. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we give you a Christmas special. I spent a couple of hours on the phone to Joe last week. I can't remember. But we're never taking away Girl Dozer from you. It's hard for us to do. Also, right now, because Joe is not in the fucking country. So we'll bring it back though. Christmas special in costumes. Yeah, we also want to do it in person. No, see, the issue is we don't get paid for it. This is the hardest thing because we don't live in the same state and we're both perfectionists and we want to make a good product, but podcasts that do well are podcasts that are in person, right? And it's expensive for one of us to visit the other. And we truly think that we could be like the best podcasters ever. We do think that. But it's hard. I think he likes both equally. I feel like Ben, when he thought that women getting wet was a medical bad thing, I think that was just a cover up for it was just him demonstrating how much of a conservative he is. I still don't understand how podcasts came to mean people talking to each other in a video. Oh, because people are visual creatures, you know? Are there new headphones? I do. I have new headphones and a new mic. New snacks. It's all happening here today. New Hype Train record. At least cough when you boop. Wait. Where's my mouse gone? Hello? Huh? But Man, my computer's having just a rough time today, you guys. I don't understand. Yeah, I did because I unplugged my mouse, but that's because it was done charging. It's fully charged. And now it's back. But it should connect wirelessly. And it's not. I don't understand. And now it's like it's lost all of Guys, I don't understand. This is really tilting. Sorry, all my boobs. I don't fucking know. Oh, now you work, mouse. Now you work. Turns out I had to unplug it and plug it in again. I swear to God, it's fine. Losing my mind. I just want to show you before we dive into Max. I just want to show you this video I saved as well from my other favorite creator.
Hey chat, I was recently lucky enough to be invited to Diary of a CEO's podcast on meaning and purpose. And it was
And I'm showing you because it's Dr. K, right? And you would know from Twitch, like a lot of people know this creator from Twitch. And this woman who I love had a very, very interesting take.
great. It was awesome. I was with two philosophers, and I had a lot to say about meaning and purpose, but I ran into a couple of problems. I was with a Christian and an atheist, which means they got into a discussion about things that I thought weren't super relevant to meaning or purpose.
That God is in the process of solving the problem of evil over time.
I mean, the explanation for why the evil's there in the first place. You said the fall.
The second is that I was with a group of philosophers, and following what they said was actually kind of hard for me. I'm not really a philosopher.
So how is it that this mystery of consciousness, which contains propositional thoughts, ideas, and purposes, if consciousness can't be explained the Darwinian way, how can some characterization of molecules in motion...
So basically, like, this was a conversation between an atheist and someone who believes in God and Dr. K, who is obviously a psychologist.
accomplish that same end. That's my concern.
So what I wanted to do today is justify some of the claims that I made and lay out my general hypothesis.
If you've been following my content lately, I've done a lot on the differences between philosophical nihilism, psychological nihilism, and political nihilism. And so
Really, I don't know if I was this helped me so much. The reason I'm sharing it is because this helped me a lot.
It's really interesting to see Dr. K, who's a psychologist, talk about meaning and purpose and not really understand why he's struggling so much with these philosophers. So I want to help clear up this misunderstanding between him and philosophers and help bridge this gap, because for the next 20 minutes, he just talks about the ways that you can increase your meaning and purpose, just practically, scientifically proven ways that can help with meaning and purpose. And for a lot of people, that's all that they need. But he's missing this core demographic of people who need to understand why before they're going to put in the effort that he's asking for. His issue is that he does not engage at all with the question of why is the subjective feeling of meaning and purpose good? Now, the Christian tried to ground that question in God, and they spent some time talking about God, whereas Alex O'Connor would try to ground that more in evolution. And the reason this question matters is that for a lot of people, especially those on the autistic spectrum, they're asking the question whether life is fundamentally worth living. If the subjective feeling of meaning is just evolution rewarding you for what it wants you to do because you're a part of a community,
boring,
and you have more chances of reproducing, then for a lot of people, that's not enough ultimate meaning to get involved with that project. And this is absolutely where I got stuck in my nihilism, because even when there were tools like go walk out in sunshine and you'll feel better, go do this and you'll feel better, I actually didn't even want to feel better, because feeling better felt like a lie. Feeling better felt like playing this delusional game, and I didn't want to play it anymore because I just didn't see the point of it. And so in my nihilism, his list of ways to improve the subjective feelings of meaning and purpose, I know that I didn't resonate with any of that at all, because I just didn't see the point. And this is what
Would any of you say that that is particularly relatable to you? Because I tell you what, historically that has been extremely relatable to me. Why sun if monitor bright as well? No vitamin D come from monitor.
Philosophers are trying to get it. The philosophers are trying to get to the deep root of the question of what is the point and what is the nature of reality, so then we can have the right tools to be able to even address how to improve meaning and purpose. Which brings me back to what I've been saying for the last few weeks, which is if you have psychological depression, this list will help. Like his list of things that you can do to improve your quality of life will absolutely help. But if you don't see the point of doing those things, then you need some philosophy, you need some depth, you need some frameworks, and then you can know how to apply those tools. And this is what I call the upward spiral. This is where kind of your brain gets better because you're taking care of your brain and your body, and your kind of framework and philosophy of life becomes more clear, more coherent, and more authentic. And then they start to improve each other instead of the other direction, which is your depression, making your nihilism works.
By the way, this is for people who overthink, which I assume most of you are. Right? I when I share stuff like this, I assume it's because your brain is potentially not the same as mine, but acts in similar ways, right? There are a lot of people for whom this advice is not necessary. They're never going to get to the point where they need to actively learn about a framework that helps them spiral up out of depression, right?
Your depression worse, that's the downward spiral. To any of you who made it to the end of this video, will you please tag Dr. K? Dr. K, I am a full-time nihilism coach, and I mostly work on the philosophical aspects of nihilism because I'm not a therapist. And I would love to have this discussion with you on your YouTube channel if you're up to it.
Hey, chat.
I love her. Honestly, I don't like. some of the things that she says, I'm like, yeah, but a lot of the things. No, you're gonna miss Max. Do we do a Friday night Max this week? Do I sing for an hour now, and do we do a Friday night Max this week? No, I want Max now. Yeah, the downward spiral can definitely be reversed. Have you ever screwed something? You know, like with a screw? Like screws go in, screws come out. Double Max, we're behind. We're not. We caught up. Maybe Max gaming and singing tomorrow. So, I will be out of the house most of the day because Pixel obviously is going to do something fun that you'll be able to see, and it will be very cool. I can't tell you about it yet, but it'll be very cool, okay? All right. She's very cool. She gets to do something very cool. Just okay, that's all I'm saying. So I will be out of the house most of the afternoon, so it will be a night stream by the time I get back. So I think it would be Max and singing. But maybe I like game on Saturday morning or something. I was going to take Saturday off, but I'll see how mentally stable I am. I'm feeling particularly mentally stable at the moment. It's kind of crazy. And it is definitely because I visited my mum. I'm not going to lie. The new hair tool has got me living for tomorrow. The fact that I am definitely also having strawberry marches every day for the next week has also really put a real pep in my step. So, yeah, long may you reign. You're a mentally healthy bitch. You are so healthy. Sorry, that's niche. What I was going for? Good. I'm so glad. Let me have a look. Hold on, I have to comment on Joe's video. What can I comment? You are so smart. You are so smart and so pretty. Everyone thinks so. Your eyes look so blue, and the necklaces are really pretty. I also enjoyed the video. This needs 1 million views. Minimum. Wonder if we can make it go viral on TikTok. Incredible. Wonder if I can make like a little TikTok video. Be like, go watch this. I don't know. I wonder how. Great comment. Good that you mentioned the actual content in the end. Chat. It's Dracula's meal. Oh, we'll have to do Max. We'll do something else tomorrow.
Count Dracula, the most...
All right, but we're doing Max. All right, well, we're not doing Max. But firstly, I'm going to help myself to a wine. Oakley dokley. I really hope nothing fucks up while I'm gone. I changed my mind. I'm drinking water out of a wine glass. Why? Because there's a small chance I feel like I might be getting sick because of my cough. So we'll go with health over joy. I'm worried about my cough. Like I did go to the movies last night and now I'm coughing. Fucking sick people everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Like that just doesn't sound good and I can't clear it. It's just there. I saw the new Chainsaw Man movie. It was very good. I enjoyed it.
famous vampire in history had a really monotonous diet. After all, he hated garlic. Garlic! And he couldn't even enjoy a glass of wine.
I never drink.
Me neither.
Why?
No, the poor guy had nothing to
well,
look forward to but the blood of his
never.
victims. Very boring. Fortunately for me, I am not a vampire, so I can enjoy both the food and the drink that are mentioned in Bram Stoker's 19th century novel, Dracula. Like this 1890 recipe for paprika hendel, or chicken paprikash. So thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video as I make the paprika hendel from Bram Stoker's Dracula. This time on Tasting History. In 1897, the Irish author Bram Stoker published the Gothic novel Dracula. And when it came out, it received mostly good reviews, but was often criticized for having too much horror in it. Go figure. But why, you may ask, am I talking about a novel on tasting history? Well, it mostly has to do with the first part of the book. See, the novel was written in the epistolary style, meaning that it's actually told through a series of letters and diaries and newspaper clippings and journal entries. And the first chapter is actually the journal entry of the character Jonathan Harker. He is a solicitor from England who is going to Transylvania to meet with Count Dracula, who wants to buy some property outside of London.
Hold on. My darling, do you need to go out and do a wee? When did I start stream? Yeah, I'll take her out. She usually lasts 4 hours, but I'm going to take her out. I'll be back. Sorry, everybody. I know. This is a real... I'm edging you. Wait. I am becoming more and more concerned about my cough. But through the power of positive thinking, I will not become too overwhelmed. You just need a good sleep? Yeah.
And on his journey across Central Europe, he basically writes it as a travel blog, mostly talking about the food that he's eating. As he enters the Transylvanian town of Klausenburg, he writes, "Here I stopped for the night at the Hotel Royal. I had for dinner, or rather supper, a chicken done up some way with red pepper, which was very good, but thirsty. Memoranda, get recipe for Mina." I asked
Thanks,
the waiter,
Chap.
and he said it was called paprika hendel, and that, as it was a national dish, I should be able to get it anywhere along the Carpathians. Now today you might be hard-pressed to find paprika hendel on any menu, especially near Transylvania, and that is because the word hendel is actually a German word for chicken. But since Transylvania was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time, it uses the German word. After all, Harker writes, "I found my smattering of German very useful here. Indeed, I don't know how I should be able to get on without it." Now today the dish is more often known by its Hungarian name paprikás csirke, or chicken paprikás.
Man, you're so good at pronouncing
Now Harker
things.
notes in his journal to get recipe for Mina, Mina being his fiancée back in England. But since he soon meets Count Dracula and that all ends up with him in a hospital in Hungary, I'm guessing he never actually got that recipe to send back to Mina. Fortunately for me, there is a recipe for it in a cookbook called Volodymyr Szekecskényev, published in Budapest in 1892, just 2 years after the novel is supposed to take place.
Interesting.
And it starts off by telling you how to butcher a chicken, and then it says to put a piece of fat the size of a large egg into a pot. When the fat is hot, add 2 finely chopped onions and a tin spoonful of fine red paprika. Then immediately add the chicken. Salt it, pour on half a liter of water, cover, and stirring often, let it simmer for half an hour. Meanwhile, take care that it does not boil to pieces. When the chicken is tender, prepare a gravy thickening with 3 deciliters of very good sour cream and a small spoon of flour. Pour this into the chicken broth, stir it well,
Louis.
and boil together. Serve it on a long platter surrounded by egg barley or galushka. Dumplings. Not too far off from the modern recipe. So for this dish, what you'll need is 4 to 5 pounds or 2 kilograms of chicken cut into pieces. Legs and thighs work well. 2 tablespoons of schmaltz, which is rendered chicken fat, though lard or vegetable oil will also work. 2 medium onions, about 500 grams finely chopped. 1 tablespoon of salt for the chicken, plus another teaspoon for the onions. 2 tablespoons of sweet Hungarian paprika. 2 cups or 500 milliliters of water or chicken stock. I'm using stock simply because it's going to add more flavor. 1 1/4 cup or 300 grams of sour cream, and 1 tablespoon of flour.
This is
Now,
just
as
gonna
much
be
as I'm looking forward to trying this dish, it does take a
Literally. I mean, this dish is just gonna taste nice. Look at the ingredients. You literally can't go wrong.
little time to make, so to hold me over, I'm going to enjoy a meal from today's sponsor, Factor. I have been eating Factor meals for years, long before I even started tasting history, and that's because it was such an easy way to bring my lunch to work with me or to have a quick dinner, and that would stop me from always ordering takeout. And because of that, it also helped me stick to my nutrition goals. Also, I really like Factor because the portions are perfect, and portion control has always been something that I've struggled with, and Factor helps with that. In addition, they have meal options to fit every diet, whether you're doing high protein, or watching your calories, or trying to up your fiber intake. It's clean, wholesome food, and most importantly, it is delicious. Like for lunch, I had the sour cream and chive chicken with Yukon.
Oh my god, am I gonna get cancelled for only platforming white people with blue eyes today? Oh no. Guys, it's happened. People are going to be able to cancel me. We are noticing a theme that I am also a white person with blue eyes. Actually, you're being psyoped. That's so true. Actually, all the anti-fascist stuff that I have been presenting to you over the years is all the ruse. You know, by the white people with blue eyes. Are you a traditionalist? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Fish. I'm just a woman in time. What can I say? I bet I don't understand what traditionalist means. I'm just a woman in time. Only platforming people that think mayo is a spice. You know, mayo is good on some stuff.
On mashed potatoes and broccoli. Easy to prepare and a delight to eat. And with over 80 different weekly options, there is something for everyone and you're not going to get bored. And right now, when you use my link in the description or head to
Oh, by the way, if you would like to keep up with me on my television taste, like if you would like to watch the same thing as me, right now, I have started a TV show called The Diplomat. There is 3 seasons. I have watched the first episode of season 1 and I'm already hooked. It's giving House of Cards, but without the problematic people. Also, if you enjoyed Man in the High Castle, that guy is in it. I think I'm watching the US version. So yeah, I don't know. If you want to be like me and watch the same TV and like create new personalities in time at the same time as me, the show you want to be watching is The Diplomat, because I assume after I finish stream, I will be watching another 2 episodes. Okay? I'm just letting you know. I'm good, but thanks for offering. It's okay. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there for you. Like, just, you know, if we want to exist in the same, you know, I was hoping to be mentally healthy. I mean, I'm trying to give that to you as well. I really am trying to push that through here. I am. But the only thing that you might not have done the same as me recently is put your hands in dirt. So, I don't know, maybe go find some dirt to put your hands in. Because I swear to God, putting my hands in dirt at my mother's fixed me. Oh, my baby. Get it out. Okay, I'll go watch a Destiny video. I swear to fucking God.
75.com and use my code TastingHistoryFB.
No, I'm not saying we can all be individuals. I'm saying sometimes it's nice to consume media at a similar time as the people in your community, because you know it's glue. All right, it's like how I made you all read Red Rising. All right, it's the glue.
50, you'll get 50% off plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code TastingHistoryFB50 at Factor75.com for 50% off plus free breakfast for a year. Now back to Dracula's paprika henna.
Vox, you have to
start
hold
off
yourself
by patting
back
your
just for a
chicken
little
dry
while.
and seasoning it with the tablespoon of salt. Then set it aside while you add the schmaltz or other fat to a large pot and heat it over medium-high
All
heat.
is a weird way
Once
to say
it's
3
hot and
people.
glistening, add
Okay, we just learned about the power of positive thinking. I'm manifesting, like Trump, all right? Let me be your chaos demon, all right? Straight out of an anime. Let me be your chaos demon. Choose me, pick me, all right? Like, fuck. Guys, come on.
Add in the onions and sprinkle with the other teaspoon of salt. Then toss the onions to coat them in the oil and let them cook for 10 minutes or until they're soft and golden.
Man, I can smell them just looking at it. Oh, delicious. Never, you know what I mean? You look at that and you're like, delightful. Best thing I've ever seen. I'm so ready.
Then remove the pot from the heat and sprinkle in the paprika. And you want to have it off the heat so the paprika doesn't burn as you mix it in with the onions. Once the onions are coated, you can return the pot to the heat and add in the chicken, tossing it to coat in the paprika and the onion, and it helps to add just a few pieces at a time. Let the chicken cook for just a few minutes to get some color, turning it every minute or so, and then pour in the water or the chicken stock and let it come to a simmer, and then reduce the heat to medium-low and cover the pot and simmer
I think even I could make this. I won't, but I could.
for 30 minutes, stirring every 10 minutes.
Because then I would be a vampire. Maybe I should make it. Maybe I could make it for Halloween. Never mind. Take it back.
Minutes or so. You want the chicken to get nice and tender, but you don't want it falling apart. Once the chicken's about ready, mix the sour cream and the flour together until smooth, and then stir in a little of the hot liquid to temper the sour cream, and then pour all of that into the pot, stir it in, and let it gently simmer.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's giving paprika curry, you know?
Until the sauce thickens. I let it simmer for about 20 minutes. And even when it's done, you want to leave it on the stove on the lowest setting just to leave it to warm and have all of the flavors come together. It really helps. And you can use that time to make your galushka or your dumplings.
Can those of you living in the Northern Hemisphere stop like flexing your autumn on me? This is a delicious spring meal. It's giving springtime. Fucking Northern Hemisphere supremacists over here. The real fascists.
Dish
Oops. Okay. Got a little crazy there.
is typically served with. But before we make those, I just wanted to let you know that I have signed a bunch more tasting history cookbooks, and I'm working with several small independent bookstores around the country to get those out. So I'll put a link to that in the description, or you can just head to tastinghistory.
Guys, did you enjoy me opening presents today? Well, do I have an offer for you? Never mind.
.com/cookbook as I talk a bit more about the different foods mentioned in Bram Stoker's Dracula.
No, that sounds really good, tasty. Do you know what I'm going to have tonight, chat? Potato. But I'm also going to have it with a caprese salad because I have bocconcini balls and I have basil and I have tomato. And then I might even put maybe just a couple of chicken nuggets in the oven. And I know it's not really cooking, but there's a vegetable, a salad, and a protein. And sometimes that's all you want. You know? Sometimes that's all you want.
People love vampires. They have been the subject of books and movies and TV shows for over 200 years. And one reason I think that
guys, when I was at my mum's the other day, I did find my original Twilight books. They're there. The original paperbacks that I bought from Big W back when I was just a damaged girl trying to figure out how I would possibly choose between a vampire and a werewolf if it were me. And seeing no problems in the text whatsoever.
like them so much is because they're so often based in reality. Not the vampires themselves, but the worlds in which they inhabit. Like Buffy the Vampire Slayer is just a typical high school girl, and the characters in True Blood just live in your average Louisiana town.
I was thinking about I almost did a rewatch of True Blood. Because I remember really liking it, but I don't know if it hits the same.
And it is the same with Dracula. Bram Stoker pulled from actual places and actual people to ground the story in reality, which then makes the horror aspect all the more frightening. Obviously, there are the locations like Transylvania and Whitby in England, but also some of the...
I've also watched so many Dracula/Nosferatu movies recently. Like, I watched the original Nosferatu, the recent one that came out, and then I'm trying to get my hands on this fucking French Dracula movie as well.
Characters themselves are inspired by real people. Dracula himself was inspired by the 15th century Wallachian ruler Vlad Dracula, better known as Vlad the Impaler, and I'm actually going to be doing a video about him for Villains Month. Now, the degree to which Vlad actually inspired Dracula is kind of up for debate. It seems that mostly it was just the name Dracula, which at the time that Bram Stoker was writing meant devil in Romanian. Then, of course, there are the tales of Vlad the Impaler drinking the blood of his enemies, and so that made a good jumping off point for the vampire in the story. Another character who is inspired by real...
She's sensing a vampire. There's a dog barking. Pixel. Was that a good chat? Do you think, what do you think? Oh my God, I really thought it was over. Good girl. A good girl, Pixel. Well done. Good girl. Wow, I feel so safe. Did you have a good conversation? Yeah? I don't think there are vampires here. I think we're okay. You hop into bed now? You did a really good job. I love when you feel the need to converse with your fellow doggy woggies. It makes me happy. Okay, let's see how we go here.
Life people is the doctor, scientist, and sometimes vampire hunter Van Helsing. Stoker based him and his profession of vampire hunter on people like Ernst Frumbald, who was an official at the Austrian court who, in 1725, was charged with investigating the alleged vampire known as Petar Blagojevich. See, a small Serbian town had been terrorized by someone who had recently died. He had come back to life, supposedly, and killed 9 other villagers. And so they got this Frumbald to come and investigate what was going on. Now, unlike Van Helsing, Frumbald seems to have been rather skeptical that vampires existed, but just like Van Helsing, he did end up being involved in the staking of this supposed vampire Blagojevich. A newspaper from the time said that he ended up going with the villagers to dig up the grave, and after opening the coffin, they saw that the deceased's body was undecomposed, as if it had been buried for a few hours, not 10 weeks ago.
Crazy.
After being pierced with a hawthorn stalk, fresh red blood poured from Petar's body, nose, and ears. Then the body was burned while the priest read the prayers. After this act, the mysterious deaths in the village stopped. But perhaps the character that grounds the story in reality more than any other is Jonathan Harker. I mean, what is more realistic and rather mundane than a lawyer going to do a real estate deal with a rich guy? And as if to double down on the mundanity of Harker's trip to Dracula's castle, he uses the first few pages as essentially a travel blog detailing the food that he has been eating. And just like with a modern travel blog, he not only talks about the food, but goes on about his feelings.
The times when men were talking about their feelings. Bring them back.
Toward the food, like with the paprika hendel, which he calls very thirsty. Now at first I thought this meant that he thought it was dry, like the chicken was dry, but the next morning he actually blames the dish or one of its ingredients for a restless evening, and so we get a little bit more context. I did not sleep well, though my bed was comfortable enough, for I had all sorts of queer dreams. There was a dog howling all night under my window, which may have had something to do with it. Or it may have been the paprika, for I had to drink up all the water in my carafe and was still thirsty. So while the reader knows that there's something sinister in the air that is causing Harker to lose sleep, he blames it on his delicate English constitution, though he does try it again the next morning for breakfast. I had for breakfast more paprika, and a sort of porridge of maize flour, which they said was mamaliga, and eggplant stuffed with forcemeat, a very excellent dish which they called impletata. Memorandum, get recipe for this also. Mamaliga is a Romanian dish similar to polenta made with corn from the Americas, though as corn was not in that area until about the 17th century, it used to be made out of millet. Now the impletata was a little bit harder to find because there really is no dish called impletata.
Yes, I know. There were no gay people back then and queer was just odd, all right? Everybody knows that gays were invented by woke people. Silly. Obviously, God. Man. Pay attention.
But rather, there is a dish called umpleta, or a variation on that word, which means stuffed. And to this day, there is a dish, either a zucchini or eggplant, that is stuffed with ground beef. But the meal that really sent me down a rabbit hole, and it is a rabbit hole which I invite you to join me down, was the meal that Harker had the night before he met with Dracula. I dined on what they called robber steak, bits of bacon, onion, and beef seasoned with red pepper and strung on sticks and roasted over the fire in the simple style of the London cat's meat. I'm sorry, what? Cat's meat? What exactly was going on in London at this time?
It's the 1975 song Robbers.
You know that Mrs. Lovett from Sweeney Todd complained that her neighbor, Mrs. Mooney, was turning cats into pies, but I kind of thought that was a story, and it turns out it was. Because
Sweeney Todd, great musical, by the way.
At this time, cat's meat did not refer to the meat of cats, but rather meat for cats.
Oh.
The meat was actually horse meat.
Not much better.
And today we kind of don't even think about how omnipresent horses were back in the day, but essentially, if you look around on the street, for every car or every truck that you see, there were a couple horses that would have been in that place. And just like with cars, there was an entire economy that circulated around horses. There were coachmen to drive them, farriers to shoot.
And seriously, one of the things I will never get over is seeing horse on the menu in Switzerland. Like, horse is still eaten in places. It's so interesting, isn't it?
Them, saddlers to make their saddles and harnesses, and grooms to care for them. But just as today we have tow trucks to pick up a car that dies, back then they had something called knackers to pick up a horse that died. They usually took it to a slaughterhouse, and people, especially in London, did not eat horse meat during this period, so the meat went to other places, including to feed the cats
I know it's not
and
any more
dogs
cruel than
of
eating
London.
pork, I
Cats
agree.
at this time were very important because they played the crucial role of keeping the rat population down, and they were more prevalent in warehouses and near docks and more industrial areas, but also in the nicer parts of town, and so the cat meat men were selling everywhere. They'd go around town with boiled and roasted horse meat on skewers to feed to the cats of London, hence Harker's comparing them to a dish known as robber steak, which is essentially bacon-wrapped beef and onion skewers. And there is a great description of the cat's meat man doing his job in the 1868 children's magazine Chatterbox. As the cat's meat man passes by different houses and announces his approach by a peculiar nasal yell, the cats may be seen furtively stealing up their respective areas and eagerly seizing the meat which is thrown down to them. In large warehouses or breweries in the city where numerous cats are kept, feeding time is a scene almost worthy of the zoological gardens. So fond are our London cats of this meat that after being long accustomed to it, they turn away with a well-bred disgust when anything else is offered to them as a substitute. And like I said, I really fell down the rabbit hole with this subject, and I am not at the bottom yet because I found a little tidbit of interesting history about a particular cat's meat man, or rather cat's meat woman, that just kind of ties in perfectly with the whole horror theme of this episode.
What?
Her name was Harriet Hardiman,
I see.
and she ran a cat's meat shop with her son on the ground floor of 29 Hanbury Street. And in September of 1888, she gave an interview about something horrible that had happened on the premises. I went to bed on Friday night at 10:30. I was awakened by the trampling through the passage at about 6 o'clock. My son was asleep, and I told him to go to the back as I thought there was a fire. He returned and said that a woman had been killed in the yard.
Gasp.
I did not go out of my room. The woman in question was Annie Chapman, the second known victim of Jack the Ripper.
Crazy!
Like I said, I really fell down the rabbit hole, and I totally think it was worth it because I've always been fascinated with Jack the Ripper, and just what an interesting little historic tidbit there. Anyway, I digress. Back to the meals of Dracula. Now, Jonathan Harker mentions several different drinks that he enjoys on his journey. One is a wine called Golden Mediash, which was named after the Transylvanian town of the same name. And another drink is offered to him on the coach ride up to Dracula's castle. The rather creepy coachman tells him, "The night is chill, mein Herr, and my master the Count bade me take all care of you. There is a flask of Slivovitz, the plum brandy of the country, underneath the seat, if you should require it." I did not take any, but it was a comfort to know it was there all the same. And I actually got some of this Slivovitz, and they started selling it in 1894, this brand, so it would have been around when the book was written. So I wanted to try it. Here we go. That's going to put hair on your chest. It does not taste like plum, I can tell you that. That is a strong brandy. But it's actually kind of nice. There is a sweetness to it. I find it there is a sweetness that isn't there with like a grape or an apple brandy, but it's really strong. Anyway, the last drink that Harker mentions is a wine that is served to him just before he is actually accosted by 3 vampires in Dracula's castle, and it is served to him by Count Dracula himself. The Count himself came forward and took off the cover of a dish, and I fell to at once on an excellent roast chicken. This with some cheese and salad and a bottle of Old Tokai, of which I had 2 glasses, was my supper. It is strange that as yet I have not seen the Count eat or drink. He must be a very peculiar man.
Crazy.
Peculiar indeed. Now exactly what this wine was is hard to say, but it would have come from the Tokai region of Hungary and Slovakia. They make all sorts of wine, but they're most famous for their sweet white wines and their really
Riesling?
sweet dessert wines, usually called Royal Tokai or Imperial Tokai. But I figured I would get this sweet white to drink with my paprika hendel, which I can make, or rather eat, after I make the galushka. So for this recipe, which also comes from the 1890 cookbook, what you'll need is 3 eggs, 2½ cups or 300 grams of flour, 1 teaspoon of salt, 3 tablespoons or 45 grams of melted butter, plus a little bit more for coating the finished dumplings, and a ½ cup or 120 milliliters of milk.
I love that we're getting dumplings
Start by
with this.
whisking the eggs in a large bowl until they're smooth, and then add in the flour, salt, and melted butter, and mix it until it starts to form a dough. Then add in the milk just a little bit at a time until you have what you might think of as a very stiff pancake batter. Once it's ready, bring a pot of water to a boil, and then you can make the dumplings either with a dedicated galushka maker, or you can use a cheese grater or just pinch off little pieces. With the maker though, you just put the batter in the top and then scrape it across the holes, and it will drip off into little bits. Do just a bit at a time, and after a few seconds they will float to the top, then let them continue to boil for about another 45 seconds, and then use a strainer to take them out of the pot and put them in a bowl, and pour a little bit of the melted butter over them and toss just to keep them from sticking together. Once they're done, you can dish them up along with the chicken and plenty of the sauce.
I don't know.
And here we are.
I want to eat
The
it.
paprika hendel, or chicken paprika.
Yeah, I want to eat it. 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 It has gluten in it, so I can't, but I want to.
From Bram Stoker's Dracula. This has to be one of the best smelling dishes that I have ever made in this house. The whole house smells so good. Yeah, just by the scent you should make this, but I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. 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 My mouth is watering.
I knew that it was going to be so delicious.
Yeah.
And I was right.
I gotta put my potato in the oven.
Let me just try the galushka. Sometimes these are also called nokidli. Same thing. They kind of remind me of just like buttered noodles. I've seen some modern recipes that have like, they add spices and other things to give them a little bit more flavor because there's not a lot to it. It's just eggs and flour and milk. But they're really good. But it's the chicken. It's the chicken that's the star. You could also even make the chicken just with like rice or other noodles or whatever because the texture is really nice. It is falling apart. It's still holding together. You don't want to let it go until it is actually falling apart, but it's so tender. But the flavor, it is, you get it is paprika forward. You could add even more paprika. The paprika is just so nice, and it is sweet paprika, so it's not hot at all. This is what they typically use for this dish in Hungary. It's just super flavorful. Between that and the onions, there's just this wonderful, homey, heartwarming, perfect for autumn and winter flavor.
We're so neglected. But you're so right.
And yeah, you gotta make it. Also, I wanted to try it with the Tokai. Like I said, I got one of the sweet whites. These are more common today, but definitely throughout history, they've also had reds and all sorts of drier wines, but this is one of the sweeter whites. It's not dessert wine, though. Though it's on the cusp, it is rather sweet. Honestly, if you told me that it was apple cider,
Really?
I would probably believe you. It's really good, though. It's just,
Nah,
it's
not
not
for me.
typically what you would expect when ordering a glass of wine, but I like it. And like I said, next week, as long as everything goes to plan, I will have a video on the person, the historical person who inspired Count Dracula, Vlad the Impaler. Don't forget, if you want a signed copy of the Tasting History Cookbook, links in the description to where you can get those, and they do ship. And yeah, I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Delightful. Literally. Delightful. So, my intent right now was to sing songs. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Let me tell you about Paprika Chat. It is the unsung hero of the spice rack. Smoky, warm, mysterious. You sprinkle it on anything and suddenly you feel like you know what you're doing in the kitchen. But here's the truth no one wants to admit. Paprika's just foreplay. Because once stroganoff enters the chat, rich, creamy, full-bodied, you realize flavor's not just a spice when served in bed, it's an experience.
If you're new here and you don't understand that, I'm just going to take a minute to explain. There was a chatter that came into this stream once who broke up with his girlfriend because she wouldn't bring him beef stroganoff in bed. And he fully committed. And I don't think it was a bit. He was so serious, he came back multiple times. And I don't think it was a bit. And so anyway, from that day forward, we realized that basically all of our problems could be solved by stroganoff in bed. You know? Chat, my intention was to sing right now, but I'm really worried about my cough and my throat. Let's just try one. I am a bit worried. You know, when you got, where you're just a little stressed. Thought I was done with this feeling, but I thought you could be him. Thought I was safe. You are the warmth that I needed, like a breeze in the evening, and then you changed. You're all the same. Yeah. It's too much to miss. You're the hug that had to end. Though I've tried to hold on. If you knew me at all, you wouldn't try to keep me small. Who would do that to a friend, let alone the one you love? And any choice
choice you had worth making. I push you to take it. No questions asked, no doubt in my mind. When they're mine, yeah, you react like I'm crossing a line. I'm too much to handle. Just dial it back a bit. Well, I'm not having it, baby. It's too much to miss. You're the hug that had to end. Though I tried to hold on. If you knew me at all, you wouldn't try to keep me small. Who would do that to a friend, let alone the one you love?
Chat, we are in the danger zone of which my voice sounds good. Fuck. No, my voice sounding good is bad. Fuck. This happens. Just before I get sick, my voice sounds really good. Maybe I lost my mind. No one noticed. No one noticed. It's getting old. I kinda like it if you call me all alone. 'Cause I'm so over being lonely. May have lost. I need a virtual connection. I have lost it in my video obsession. No one tried to read my eyes. No one but you. Wish it were true. Baby, I kinda like it if you call me. It's not right, 'cause I'm so over being lonely. Make you mine, I need a virtual connection. Take our time, be my video obsession. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to your city. Excited to see your face. Hold me, console me, and then I'll leave without a trace. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to your city. Excited to see your face. Hold me, console me, and then I'll leave without a trace. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to your city. Excited to see your face. Hold me, console me, and then I'll leave without a trace. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to your city. Excited to see your face.
console me, and then I'll leave without a trace. I'm so over being lonely. I need a virtual connection. Be my video obsession. Hi, Whirly Geek. Welcome. Hi, Desiree. Hello. Crossing you instead someday. Oh, dream maker, you heartbreaker, wherever you're going, I'm going your way to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbows and waiting around the bend. My huckleberry friend, moon river, and yeah, I'll sing 2 more, mainly because I'm having fun. Okay, and then I will go and rest. Fuck. If I'm sick, I will. You know what? Sure, that would be poetic, wouldn't it? Just as I've gone around being like, I didn't get sick at PAX because I got vaccinated. This is such a beautiful night. I could almost kiss the stars for shining so bright. When I see you smiling, I go, oh, oh, oh. I would never want to miss this, 'cause in my heart I know what this is. This is what dreams are made of. This is what dreams are made of. I've got somewhere I belong. I've got somebody to love. This is what dreams are made of. Have you ever wondered what life is about? You could search the world and never figure it out. You don't have to sail the ocean, no, no, no. Happiness is so mystery. It's here and now, it's you and me. Yeah. This is what dreams are made of. And this is what dreams are made of. I've got somewhere I belong. I've got somebody to love. This is what dreams are made of. This is what dreams are made of. Okay, I have no high notes. And also, yes, the headset is perfect. The headset feels just like my old one. The sound is just like my old one, but better.
Hallelujah, Mr. Cohen.
That will be my last song. I would love to sing that for you, though. Nah, it's perfect. Now I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift. The baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty in the moonlight overthrew ya. She tied you to a kitchen chair, she broke your throat and cut your hair, and from your lips she drew that hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Oh baby, I've been here before. I've seen this room and I've walked this floor. I used to live alone before I knew you. When I've seen your flag on the marble arch, and love is not a victory march, it's a cold and broken hallelujah.
my best. It wasn't much I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I told the truth, I didn't come to fool you. And even though it all went wrong, I stand before the Lord a song with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
Well, no lobotomy for me today. Delightful. Saved. Let me find somebody to raid real quick. Yes. 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 I'm going to wake up in perfect health, guys. It's going to be so good. Truly.
Hi Gio, I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm rating Tamsin because she's playing Stardew. Cozy, burn out the virus with Boost. I'm going to go eat, a good meal, have a shower, warm up, watch The Diplomat, get a good night's sleep. It's going to be great. Chat, I don't know what today was. Part of me is a little, like, I can't believe that person gifted me so many subs. I don't know if I'm being scammed. I feel so undeserving, but also I'm so grateful to Nick. I don't think there's anything I can do in one day that I deserve that many subs. So to everybody who participated, Famis, Vic, everyone, requests, subs, all of it. And also hustling for the gifts, the headset. This is holy shit. Have a nice night, everyone. I'm really grateful.
Bye!
Tasty Velociraptor gifted a tier 1 sub to Brawly Door.
Not tasty, rounding it out.
Tasty Velociraptor gifted a tier 1 sub to Narview.
That's crazy. Thanks, Tasty.